Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Get me the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, hello, good morning. Hi, everybody. It is the Brock and Salk Show. Yeah, that's right. Here on Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, the Seattle Sports application, 97.3 HD2, and YouTube. It's a formal Friday, I guess. At times, it's a football Friday. We will be a little bit today. G's going to come by, Stacy Rost. It's more of like a friend Friday, as they're both going to stop by and hang out. Brady Henderson, also a friend, here for Blue 88 at 7:45. So, yeah, probably more of a friendly Friday than anything else. I hate when you build some time around being excited to do something and then it just totally disappoints. It's so frustrating. And I will say I kind of did that around the Kraken last night, and maybe that's me. Maybe that's a mistake. Maybe I shouldn't have. I know they were playing against a really good team. The Mammoth are in first place, and yeah, they've played a couple of pretty good teams here down the stretch, which is part of the reason they've struggled as much as they have since the Olympic break. You know, a couple games against Tampa, a couple games against Florida, game against Colorado, game against Utah. Like, I mean, they are Dallas. Like, they are playing some of the better teams. But you know what? When you lose the ones to teams like St. Louis and Nashville, like, you got to make up for it. So occasionally you got to go out and beat one of the better teams in the league at home. And they had that opportunity last night to get up 2-0 early against Utah and then not just give it back. It's a 2-goal lead's the worst lead in hockey. You hear that all the time because you play a little tight, but you're not actually up by that much. I get it. Sometimes you get a 2-0 lead and you lose 3-2, 4-3. It happens. I getting a 2-goal lead to start the game and losing 6-2 is that's quite a way to go because it just got away from them. And I get it. Like, you know, nights like that happen. But it really does stink when you feel like you've built time around wanting to watch a team for the night, and they just totally lay an egg like that. Was the effort there? I didn't think so. I mean, Lane Lambert, as we heard from John Forslund a week or so ago, is being kind of more positive now than he was. But when you're listening to the color commentator on ESPN who's got no bias whatsoever, and she's like, oh, they're just not moving their feet. Well, if you're not going to move your feet, then you're obviously not taking it seriously enough. So, or hustling enough or putting in the effort. And that really was a bummer. And there are a whole bunch of texts that came in overnight on it. Kraken are such a mammoth disappointment after the Olympic break. Yeah, that's one way to say it. In 815 says in Norse mythology, the Kraken would create deadly whirlpools to destroy ships. Or in Seattle's case, any offensive production. It's just so disappointing to watch this team down the stretch. Kraken hockey is stuck. I like that word. Stuck. Yeah, that's a pretty good word for it. It does feel a little stuck. And at some point, they're going to have to do something to unstick it, or else the problem with being stuck is you stay there for a long time.
I mean, it does feel like they're already on their third coach, and it's just it is a lot of the same.
A lot of the same. And it's right, Maura, and it's a good word for it. I think I'm going to try to remember. Please help me remember that word. Stuck. They do feel just a little bit stuck. And that happens. So you gotta find a way to unstick yourself. You've got to have somebody break out. You've got to do something. You got to find a prospect or a free agent or a trade or something to unstick yourself, or find some sort of way to say, all right, look, patience is the shortcut. We got to rebuild this thing, and then you got to actually do the hard work to do that. But you're going to have to do something to unstick yourself because you don't want to stay stuck for very long.
And we mentioned before that you might want to do that before basketball comes back, because I think that obviously we have the text line. There's some people, but I think we've seen that this city maybe hasn't quite grabbed on to hockey fully yet.
Mm-hmm.
So they they should take that opportunity now.
This is your chance. Go find a way to get them. Bring those people in. Don't get stuck, because eventually stuck gets boring, and you don't want any part of being boring. And last night, after a decent start, got boring in a hurry, and that's an absolute no-no. This game should never, ever, ever be boring. Although I did find some sound last night floating across my Instagram feed. And look, I probably get more hockey stuff on my Instagram feed than I should. But have you seen the I think it's an old clip of Skip Bayless talking about how awful hockey is?
No.
I don't recommend it. It was very frustrating to watch. He's like going on and on about how everything in the game is lucky and it doesn't take any skill. And it's just like, I don't think so. Like this take is just
some
wrong.
Of the most skill of the majors.
It was really hard to watch. As I said, it was a really, really, really hard watch.
Are you guys really getting baited by Skip?
No.
This is exactly what he wants.
I know. I said it was old and I shouldn't have even, but it came across my feed and I was just like, oh my gosh, this might be his worst take ever. And that's saying something, because there's some really bad ones. Really, really bad.
No, I want to get, well, maybe not as into hockey as you are now, because you're really into, but I want to get more back into it more, because I love hockey, and the Kraken just haven't been able to pull me in this season.
No, it's sad. All right, Mariners are heading out on their first road trip. I think that was probably the thing they needed, right? Just get out of the cold, get out of the kind of damp and wet, and just get out of the Pacific Northwest. And also, I'm curious to see what they look like against teams other than the Yankees. Cleveland was fine. Yeah, sort of the first weekend. Okay, fine. But then you face the Yankees, who really came in here and shoved. Their pitching was phenomenal for the entirety of that series, other than their bullpen. And let's see what the Angels have. Let's see what the Rangers have. Let's start to get a look at the rest of the AL West. I know there's some folks saying, well, the AL West might not be as bad as we thought. We'll see. Texas has a little bit of pitching, but they took a step back. They don't. I would be, look, anything can happen in baseball season, but it would surprise me if Texas was going to be a huge threat this year. Houston, again, they've got some people. I mean, it's still got Yordan. There's people on that team that you've got to watch out for. They're not a bad baseball team, but do they strike fear into? No, not with that pitching staff. Anaheim is Anaheim again. And the A's are, the most one-sided team I think we've seen in a while, with the ability to hit and just not be able to pitch at all. So chance to go out on the road, start to see what your division looks like, start to get a little bit more of a sense as to who this team is, start to see if a few of these guys that have been scuffling to start the year, and obviously talking about the three big horses in the middle, can find a way to get themselves unstuck, if we want to keep using that word, since that's where the Kraken were at. This is your next opportunity. I do. Now, bummer to see them have to start against another lefty in Reed Detmers. And it looks like they're going to add another lefty to their lineup tonight. A little curious to see that lineup. So Reed Detmers pitches for Anaheim tonight, another lefty. J.P. Crawford activated yesterday. I assume he's going to be in the lineup, because why else would you activate him other than to put him in the lineup tonight? You could obviously have waited another day if you wanted to. So we're going to see, does Rivas play tonight, Lyle?
JP's getting activated. I got to assume he's playing.
Right. So does Rivas play?
Oh, you're asking about Rivas or Cole Young. The only thing is Cole Young's hitting.
Or Brendan Donovan, I guess. It's funny that the couple of lefties are actually hitting. You give Josh Naylor another night off, move Donovan or somebody to first for the. I don't know. I just sort of thinking through it, you do have an opportunity to add another right-handed bat to your sort of big-time lefty-heavy lineup. Rivas going to be out tonight. Maybe there's an opportunity to get him in somewhere. So we'll see. The lineup against lefties has not looked the same. They're going to need something from Rob Refsnyder. They're going to need something from Victor Robles. And I don't know, maybe they'll find a way to get Leo Rivas into the game tonight as well. We'll see. All right, we'll be talking about this throughout the morning. I got a lot of Mariners conversation for you. We got some weird NFL stuff going on as well. Stick around. We'll give you everything you need to know next on Brock and Salk.
Four Down Territory. Michael Bumpus answers the top 4 football questions of the day.
Who do you want to see week 1 for the Seahawks?
We think it's going to be the Bears,
Yes.
right? I want to see the Cowboys, though.
The Cowboys.
I want to see the Cowboys because I want all the hype and the smoke that comes with playing the Cowboys week 1. You know, coming into the season, everyone's going to be excited about the Cowboys. This offense is going to be great. Defensively, they've gotten better. I want all the hype and all the smoke.
Catch every Four Down Territory on the Seattle Sports app.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
This baseball season, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have you covered with every play. With their lineup of Tundras, Tacomas, and the all-electric BZ lineup. Versatile, powerful, and innovative. All built to elevate your drive. Take a test drive at either location and head home or to the ballpark in that Toyota the same day. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. Visit Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here for my friends at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. And if you're looking for a spot to catch all the spring baseball and sports, I got a place for you. Hawks Peak Sports Bar and Grill. It's your home for game days with more than 60 TVs, so you won't miss a play. They got great food and drinks, and nothing beats the views. So get in on all the action at Hawks Peak. Head to snocasino.com for all the details. That's snocasino.com. It is Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Please game responsibly.
Harry Douglas here to tell you about Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy. It tastes just like the best birthday cake ever. Vanilla, buttery, frosting vibes. It's basically a party in a bottle. And here's the best part. All cake, no sugar. And you know I love my cake. So I get that big birthday energy without any sugar guilt. The bottle's small, easy to toss in my bag, and perfect when I need a quick, tasty caffeine boost to cakeify my day. The Funfetti flavor is back on 5hourenergy.com or Amazon. Crack open a Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy shot today.
Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Julio and Naylor on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Spring is a season homeowners start improving their homes. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. If your home needs roofing, siding, new windows, gutters, or decking, our team can take care of it all. For a limited time, save up to $3,000 on a new roof, siding, deck, or windows project. Planning multiple upgrades? Combine your projects and save even more. Or with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. You can start your project now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com.
We know finding a company to trust with your home is a big decision and one we look forward to earning with incredible service, top quality products, and lifetime warranties. Adrian here, owner of Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Our windows are feature-rich with our sound package that reduces noise by 50%, clean glass technology, and added protection with our exclusive First Guard 3-layer security glass. Learn more about all of these features at LakeWashingtonWindows.com. Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, time to take this show on the road. First trip of the year for the Mariners. It'll take them through Anaheim and then the Dallas Metroplex to see the Rangers. The good news, Brian Wu, the perfect pitcher to get them started tonight. Maybe not as good. The Angels are going to counter with Reed Detmers, who does throw left-handed, so a good chance to see if the righties can get themselves going. I would circle Rob Refsnyder. That's why he's here, is to hit left-handed pitching. He's done it incredibly well throughout his career. Was not a great start to the season for him in the few games here in Seattle, so can he get himself on track in Anaheim tonight? If you were concerned about where the Mariners are at, John Morosi says, don't worry about it.
The idea that we're here 7 games in and we're waiting for the big guys to get going, but the supporting cast is already there, that's a pretty good place to be for the Seattle Mariners. You know that Cal's going to hit. Julio's going to hit. He's a known slower starter. We realize that's part of his story. Naylor is going to snap out of this. So there's a lot to like with this lineup top to bottom. Donovan, I think the quality of the at-bat is exactly as advertised. He is an elite hitter, line drives everywhere, really thorough at-bats. He's a tough out. He sets a really good tone. The lineup is in, I would say, a better position than you might think with still having a losing record at this stage. They're 1 base hit away from winning that series against the Guardians.
I think all those things are true. At the same time, I was really hoping we weren't going to have those conversations this year. I don't want to have the conversation about Julio being a slow starter. I don't want to have the conversation of how everything is going to be fine. I don't want to have it. Doesn't make it untrue, but I was really hoping we weren't going to have those conversations again this year. Emerson Hancock will go tomorrow, then Luis Castillo. Cal had the Cal Raleigh show yesterday with our friend Shannon Dreyer and talked a little bit about Emerson Hancock's new sweeper.
Give him credit for, going a whole offseason, committing to what he was trying to do. Kind of saw him evolving a little bit last year in that role in the bullpen, and he was trying new stuff out. I know he had some ups and downs, and he's trying to figure out what's his thing in this game, and it's hard when you're at that point. And by no means is he a finished product, but he came out and trusted his work in the offseason and spring training, had a good spring, and came out here the other day and really, trusted what he was doing, and just took some reps and took some confidence, and he, like I said, it's one outing, it was a good outing, but I like where his head's at and where his stuff's at. It's been really good so far.
All right, good news. Apparently 4 plate appearances was enough for J.P. Crawford. He was reactivated from the IL yesterday, so he's got about 20 plate appearances all spring. Combined between the 4 he got in Tacoma and I think it was the 16 that he had down in Peoria. So he really has not seen a lot of pitches. Hopefully he's seeing the ball well enough as he gets himself back on the field tonight. For the Mariners, they did send down Ryan Bliss to make room. 9 years, $140 million for Pirate shortstop prospect Connor Griffin. He actually ends up surpassing our guy here in Seattle, Colt Emerson. So he's going to get promoted today. MLB Network is going to air his debut against the Orioles. Kid better go like 5 for 4 with 6 home runs because the pressure on him and expectation level after signing that deal and then the next day making his debut, I would think is going to be pretty enormous.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, we're going to learn a lot about the Seahawks this summer as they make their first appearance on Hard Knocks ever. The team has certainly been preparing. John Schneider told Wyman and Bob with Brady Henderson in yesterday.
We're going to work with the National Football League and the teams that have been through it before to help us just make it a positive for the organization and have it not be as much of a distraction. I talked to Ryan Poles about it down there and a couple other people just about like what it looks like, and we'll have plenty of advice by the time we get there. But I think it's going to be it's a great deal. When the commissioner called me about it, it made sense. I mean, Sam Darnold, Spoon, Jack, we got some Leo, Mark, we got some cool characters on this team that are great stories.
That's something Moore and I were talking about early this morning but we don't talk a lot before the show starts. Somebody was laughing in the newsroom like a hyena before 6 a.m. Like, tone it down. It's too early for that. Moore and I were aghast. But as we were chatting, it is, hopefully the Seahawks do see that as an opportunity for some of their lesser known but great players to get a little bit of national publicity, because there's some really good players and good dudes on this team that, as we saw at the Super Bowl, nobody really knows at all. They're also getting ready for the draft inside 3 weeks, picking obviously at number 32. John Schneider told them that there's actually a little hidden benefit of that.
Well, the cool thing about picking 32 means you won the world championship. Yeah. The coolest thing about it is that you don't really, it's like, all right, whatever. Like, we kind of have a group of guys. It's like, all right, well, those huge question guys, like, they're not going to really make it to us anyway. Guys like Murph were like, we literally thought he was like a top 10 pick at least. And so that was more about just, why bring him in? We knew exactly what he was. We still have a couple guys that are on schedule to come in that, are, where we trade back or move around or heck, we'll trade up.
Yeah, essentially saying there's really no reason to disguise your intentions when you're at 32 because you're at 32. Like, you're at the end of the first round.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Well, you never say it's over before it's actually over, but the Kraken are sure making every attempt to end their season early, and last night was a rough one. They got up to a 2-0 lead. Eberle had a goal. McMahon had another goal. That's 8 in 10 games since coming here to Seattle, and he has not even helped. As good as he's been, it has done nothing. They then gave up 6 straight goals to fall at home to Utah when they were trying to salvage their playoff hopes. Yes, the Mammoth are very good. Yes, the Kraken couldn't catch a break. They had a disallowed goal. They had one that went against them the other way. But it puts them 4 points back. 8 games left to play. They would need to pass 4 teams to get in. That is going to be very, very challenging. So, Melanson had a goal last night, more, but then they took it away. Cowards.
Oh, the Salk House must have just erupted with anger.
This member of the Salk House was not happy. I'll tell you that much. I was very upset. I think the second goal he's had disallowed this year. Ridiculous. It was soft, too. All right, that's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. All right, so just to kind of, again, run through what we got today. Brady Henderson will pop by for Blue 88 at 7:45. We'll have G. Scott in at 8:30. It sounds like there weren't that many voice messages left for G, but if you want to leave G a message, we still got like a couple hours here. You can go to the Seattle Sports app, use the call-in feature, and you can leave a little voicemail for G if you got something you want him to talk about. We'll do that at 8:30. Stacy at 9 o'clock. We'll open up the phone lines at 9:30. So I guess you guys are going to play a pretty big role in the way we do today's show. Looking forward to all of that. We are, as I just said, inside 3 weeks from the draft. 3 weeks from today, we'll be talking about what the Seahawks did with their first-round pick. Are they even going to make that pick? And if they do, who's it going to be? Daniel Jeremiah with a whole lot more next.
You can stream every pitch of every inning of every game all season long. Oh, and it's completely free.
It's a tremendous catch.
Only on the Seattle Sports app. That's right. The free Seattle Sports app puts every single Mariners game right in the palm of your hand.
On a platter, come and get it.
One app, every game. Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcast.
Holy smokes, what a play.
Pretty awesome, right? just like the Mariners.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in Seattle without using your own money? You'll learn to flip houses and secure rental properties in your spare time to get on track towards real wealth building. We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in Seattle for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text INVEST to 64,000. Seattle is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop next week right here in Seattle and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text INVEST to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text INVEST to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text INVEST to 64,000.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
It's about time delivery worked on your schedule. Same day, next day, or scheduled in advance. However you plan it, the Home Depot delivers the whole job. From drywall to doors, plumbing to paint, we'll get it there when you need it. Because on the job site, timing is everything. You order, we deliver. It's that easy. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Home is more than a place to live. It's where the best of life unfolds, where possibility sparks, where community grows, where lives take shape. At the Master Builders Association of King and Snohomish Counties, that belief drives the work our builders, remodelers, and tradespeople do every day. Because when we build more homes, we're building so much more than housing. We're making room for what matters most. Learn more at roomforwhatmatters.com.
Mariners and Angels in Anaheim tomorrow night. First pitch at 6:38, 5:30 pregame. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
This April, the Pacific Northwest is All Elite. Experience the action and excitement of All Elite Wrestling live on Wednesday, April 15th. 2 huge shows, one incredible night. AEW presents Dynamite and Collision. As the dust settles after AEW Dynasty, the best wrestlers on the planet return to Everett for the first time in almost 2 years. AEW Dynamite and Collision, live from Angel of the Winds Arena, Wednesday, April 15th. Tickets on sale now starting at just $20 at AEWTIX.com.
And we're back. The big headline today. Your Washington Credit Union, WSECU, has done it again.
5 straight years as Forbes' best in-state credit union. That's a dynasty, Rick, like 5 straight championship rings.
Or 5 seasons hitting 400, Steve.
Holy catfish. If you want a team that wins year after year, join your Washington Credit Union, WSECU. Details at WSECU.org.
If you don't care about saving 50% off your wireless bill for the same 5G coverage that big guys are charging a fortune for, maybe you care about keeping jobs in America. Pure Talk does. They've pledged to run their entire operation from this country, including all their customer service. Or maybe you care about our nation's veterans. Pure Talk does. They've donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to America's Warrior Partnership, a fantastic organization working hard to prevent veteran suicide. Or maybe you care about closing America's skills gap. Pure Talk does. They're a proud supporter of MicroWorks. They're helping my foundation train the next generation of skilled workers. Don't get me wrong. Saving money's great, and you'll save plenty with Pure Talk. But if you want to be in business with people who share your values, dial pound 250. Say micro, and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
DJ, good morning. How are you?
Oh my gosh, it's great to be back, boys. How are we doing? How are the Mariners doing right now? Are they playing well?
Not really. Kind of rough start. 3-4.
Game better than the Pods. The Pods are 2-4.
Yeah. Yeah, it's early. It's early. Yesterday was our first must-win game of the year, though.
Wow.
So game 6.
How'd it go?
Yeah, so we won.
Oh,
so that
phew.
was good.
So the season gets to continue after that?
Yes.
I'm sure.
Like I was talking to somebody this morning and said there's only 27 more must-win games before the season. So that was the first one today.
How much Masters equipment and gear did you end up buying? A lot. How much did you spend on gear while you were there?
Was it over under $1,000?
Over.
You spent more than $1,000 just on clothing there and gear?
Yeah, it was not well received when I got home.
Was that talked about pre-trip with the wife?
I just apologized I apologized in advance. No numbers were ever negotiated. I think I got out the door for $1,800.
Whoa!
Yeah.
So essentially, that's a full wardrobe.
And the funny thing was, the guys I was with were all buying so much stuff for so many people, and I was pretty much buying for myself. That was a tough part.
Is it like the sandwiches and concessions where it's pretty cheap? Or is it not?
Yeah,
or do they make their money on the gear because it's not?
It was like fair price. It was a fair
Yeah.
price. I mean, you can have different levels, however nice you want to be. I mean, it was very cold the day I played, so I convinced myself I needed this super heavy sweater thing that I'll never wear in San Diego ever again. I don't know, and it was my most expensive item. That was not. I got caught up. Just think about when you're checking out at the grocery store and that like the candy or the chapstick or whatever. How many times have you made that purchase? Except in this case, it was maybe a $400 sweater.
Watch this segue. Watch this segue. You know who doesn't get caught up in market conditions? The Seahawks, DJ.
Yes.
Everybody else spends. Everybody else gets all emotional, and the Seahawks, they just stand pat, right? They don't get affected by the waves of free agency. They don't get affected by the noise, right? Isn't that the story of the last month and a half since we talked to you last?
Yeah, they have conviction and belief in their process, and there's proof in the pudding coming off of a Super Bowl. But they didn't overpay. They got the deals done that they felt were proper deals and fair deals, and didn't stretch it. And now they'll rely on their talent acquisition as we go into the draft, which John's been exceptional at. So it's easier to be confident when you've got the trophy, and it's a pretty good indication your process works.
Did any of the guys that walked out the door concern you?
Not necessarily. I think they're all not to be callous, but I think they all are replaceable. I think there's good players, obviously, in that group of guys, but I don't think, for the roles that they were playing and where they were, I don't think they're going to be, a lot of times you think about, man, you lose a left tackle, or you lose your starting premier edge rusher or a defensive tackle. Like, those are going to require high picks or high dollars in free agency to replace. I think the guys that they lost, they can replace in, second, third, fourth, fifth round picks.
You get that sense when you were at the Combine? Did you kind of get that sense from John and the organization that the Ken Walkers and the Boye Maffes and the Reek Woolens, and there were going to be a lot more departures than there were going to be keeping those?
Yeah, I was curious about the Walker one. So in talking to someone with the team about that, it was, look, he was awesome down the stretch, and we love him, but we are, they feel confident in their ability to identify and bring in a running back. So that was the one I was most curious about. Look, when you come off the Super Bowl he came off of, it would be easy to say, okay, we're comfortable maybe overpaying a little bit here. and they just didn't. They just had
He was
the
the
utmost belief that they'd be
MVP,
able to.
DJ. He was
I know.
the MVP.
But they didn't bet. That's why I posed the question, because that was the one where it's like, well, of all of them, that one would probably be the easiest sell to pay a little bit above what you'd like to pay. And they didn't do it.
For me, the one is Boye Mafe, and I feel like I'm the only one certainly in this room who's talked about it at all. Brock or Brady Henderson, they just keep being like, yeah, it's fine. And I'm sure they're right. Like, it's not like I think it's panic, forget the next season because Boye Mafe is gone. But, having 4 guys coming off the edge like that sure seemed to be a pretty important part of their success. I'm not just
saying.
Tee
it up this way. Then how many Boye Mafes are there in this upcoming
exactly
draft?
where I was going to go with it.
The funny thing is, I looked this up before we started today, and that was the one question, and I knew that Salk would ask it, so I already had it queued up and ready to go because I was trying to find those types of guys. Mason Thomas is in the back end of my top 50. He's the absolute home run pick who would fit.
He was the mock that ESPN put out today, the 3-round mock. I think it was Field Yates who did the Seahawks pick, and he had.
Is that what he had?
Yeah, that's what he had at number 32.
Oh, there you go. So that's a good one.
So who is he?
Why is he
Give me a
a
little
home
more.
run?
Who is he? Why is he
a home run?
Sure, I'll pull up my notes on him here. Our Mason Thomas, like, to me, like he plays. He's got an extremely explosive get off. He plays with big energy. He's got active hands. He's not the biggest guy in the world. He's 241 pounds, but I thought he played bigger than that, played violent. There's a touch of tightness in there, but to me, it's just the effort and the energy and the juice that he brings off the edge. He's the perfect, to me, on a great team. I saw it, on a team that obviously didn't end up being great, but the Chargers had Oweh, who went out and got $25 million as their third rusher. Like that, to me, as the number 2 rusher on a team, he's good. He's a good player. Maybe you wanted a little more, but when he's your number 3 rusher and he's part of that rotation, you're keeping him fresh and he's just throwing fastballs the whole time. I'm an Mason Thomas fan. I did say that his name, by the way, Brock, is it's an author's name. So, I mean, if he hasn't written the book yet.
F. Scott Fitzgerald or Mason Thomas. Yeah, I get that.
Salky loves that. Yeah. You have others on that list. Let me give you a
little. You're also got G. Gordon Liddy, so that cuts both ways.
Let me give you a little Seahawk perspective on this that John shared, I think, a month and a half ago or so. And he's got a show every Thursday. It's awesome with our afternoon guys. And he talked about one of the adjustments they made was actually tightening up their board. That it felt like things maybe got away when it was like, oh, we got to fill in, we got to do that. And then the board got too big, and they've narrowed the scope a little bit. So if I narrow the scope of these edge guys, you're going to continue to rattle off. And I say to you, DJ, put it through the filter of the most rugged. Because I don't think Boye Mafe is a Seahawk, because that was the one area I think he was limited compared to his peers in that room. Give me the most rugged edge fit then.
Yeah, the most rugged edge fit, I would give you 2 guys, and I'm looking at 64 for that spot there. I would say Derek Moore from Michigan and Gabe Akis from Illinois. And Gabe Akis probably the most, if you're just going purely rugged, I would probably list him just above Derek Moore. But they're my 11th and 12th guys. They're both just outside my top 50. I think pick 64 is kind of the range for those guys. I would also throw a guy like Max Llewellyn, who don't get carried away with the slower 40 time out of Iowa. His 10 was fine. He had 6 sacks. He plays a real rugged brand of football, incredible effort, chase. He's got some power and uses length. So Max Llewellyn would be another guy I would throw into that mix.
What does rugged mean to you?
Rugged, I think of violent. I think of someone who there's a different way that you can get off of a block. In other words, like you can slip blocks, you can try and get through them. And then there's guys who will kind of stack blocks and hang on blocks. Then they're the rugged guys are who are going to latch you, grab you by the chest. And there's just a violent tug and pull and throw, and they just refuse to be blocked. Like that to me is a rugged player. They don't stay blocked.
Derek Hall fit that bill?
Derek Hall, speed to power. I would say at the point of attack, I'd have to go back and pay more attention to him as a pure point of attack player, but he was a speed to power guy coming out of college.
Mm-hmm. Hey, we learned a couple things, DJ, in our time away these couple months. We've had some sound. We had sound yesterday that made all of us just perk our ears and like, that's DJ. And of all people, it was Phillip Rivers. Do you know what you and Phillip have in
No, I don't.
You both love numbers. So we had him on and asked him, and he was like, "Oh, that number 3 for the Seahawks." And then he kept going.
You got to
and he even
edit
said,
that, though,
like,
Brock, because
my
he didn't say
guy.
number. He just said 3.
3.
Yeah.
They don't say number. They just say, well, 3 did this, 18 did
That's
that.
right.
Like, there's
You're exactly right.
they don't
Yes.
say number.
You and Phillip Rivers, huh?
Well, it's because, he spent that time around me at the end of his career.
That must have been
calling
it.
Charger games.
Yeah, that must have been
That's
it.
probably.
He was one, like, I would love it if you go into the meal room on a road trip and he was happened to be in there by himself, which was rare because everybody kind of always wanted to gravitate towards him. But to sit down with him and then we would talk about college players and he didn't know their names, at that time of the year. So I don't know a lot of their names. But he would be like, the little guy. Have you watched the little guy, that little quarterback? He can't play. He's little.
That's what he said about Russell Wilson? Weird. God, all the way back then. That's crazy. So how bad is this draft? We keep hearing from everybody it's awful. How bad is it?
I'm stoked for next year's draft. But it's an intriguing draft. This is the way I sell it. And I said
that's not a good sign, by the way. If you're having to say this is the way I sell it, that's not a good sign. Hey, I work at NFL Network, and we're still going to do a draft show, so let me sell it.
No, there's starters over stars. So there's a good number of starters here in this draft. There's a lot of prospects that have some holes, so they're not getting perfect players, but you are going to be able to get a lot of starters. And I think especially day 2, second and third round, interior offensive linemen. You're going to see wideouts. You're going to see corners, safeties. Like there's guys that are going to be solid starters, and you can build out the guts of your team that way. I would rather be picking, 25 than maybe 7 in this draft. Like, as compared to other drafts. And next year, I think we have more of that star power, but you can get a handful of really solid contributing players in this draft.
Okay, so let me hit you then with the Seahawks' probably 4 biggest needs. You gave us a couple of good Seahawk potentials at edge, so I'll skip that one for now, give you the other 3. In no particular order: corner, running back, and interior offensive line, again, center or right guard. Are there good solid starters at any of those 3 positions that would fit here in Seattle?
Yeah, I would say the corner position, 1,000%. I feel great about that. The interior offensive lineman, no doubt. If where they're picking 64, 96, either one of those spots, they can get a player that'll be a starting caliber player with one of those 2 picks. The running back thing to me is a little trickier. I think it's a very shallow pool. For me, there's the 2 Notre Dame kids. There's a big drop off after them. And then, there's some intriguing guys, but I'm curious to see how they evaluate it and where they value, taking a running back, at what point in time they would do that. I don't envision a world 64. I don't, really see that as a good marriage with that position. I think I wouldn't even be surprised if they took a couple swings on day 3, traded back. If they're able to trade back in 1, get some extra picks, they need more picks. But if they could collect some more picks, even day 3 picks, I could see them attacking the running back position with maybe a couple guys.
DJ, I have heard from a few different NFL folks. I don't know where you sit on this. Yeah, I saw your top 50 list you put out this week, and you were at Fernando's Pro Day yesterday. I've heard from some NFL folks that the single best player in this draft is the running back, Jeremiah Love. And it's kind of and then obviously the safety downs is way up there, and an off linebacker is way up there. And it's why it does complicate this draft, because those are not positions called D end and quarterback and everything else. If Jeremiah Love starts to just slip a little bit, if they go QB and then they go the Ohio State kids and then a couple tackles, and I saw a proposal that the Seahawks could trade 32 in next year's first to move up to 8 or 9 in the draft. And they deem Jeremiah Love to be the best player in this draft. Do you take a swing like that? Is he that caliber?
I love him. He's my second player, so I'm really way off from the masses on that one. But, man, look, I could make a case either way.
I mean, is he Saquon Barkley? Is he
no,
Jonathan Taylor?
Saquon is in his own category for me over the guys over the last several years. To me, he is in the Bijan or Bijan as we're pronouncing it now, the Bijan category. He's in the Jahmyr Gibbs category. Like he's in that company, which is excellent company. If you're the Seahawks and you're sitting there thinking, okay, it's a 32 this year in a draft that's not great, and we are hoping that we're going to be picking 32 again next year. Then if it all worked out that way, heck yeah, I would do that trade just because it puts you right there. And the Rams have been making a push. I'd be scared about the Rams trying to trade up to get him. I mean, that's the one that I keep an eye on. I know Kyron Williams has been productive, but he's not dynamic. He doesn't get a lot of stuff that isn't just there. They have a good offensive line. And I think if they had, the original Todd Gurley before he got hurt in this version of the Rams, it'd be pretty scary. So I could see them, if he started to drift a little bit, they're at 13, that they might do something. So if you're Seattle, you can go up there, get him, address a big need on your roster, get a dynamic player that maybe keeps you ahead of the Rams in the arms race and blocks them from getting them. I mean, I could sell myself on doing that.
Be the weirdest offseason ever. Spend $225 million on wide receivers, then go spend a bunch of money on a defensive back, and then go trade up for a running back. That would be the strangest. I mean, I'm not saying that any of those moves in and of themselves would be wrong, but man, does that feel the opposite of trenches, and all of the reasons why the Seahawks just won the Super Bowl.
But if the scenario that you just gave me, you didn't touch 64 and 96, and I'm telling you right now, like the offensive lineman you can get at 64 to start and be an upgrade at the guard spot is not going to be much different than the guard you would get if you stuck and picked at 32. I don't think that's much of a different player.
Salk has been on me,
addressing
DJ.
that need.
You know how sulky he is. You've gotten to know him over the years. Like when he gets on you, it's just like a cobra. It's just like the fangs get in your neck, and you're just like, dude, just get off of me. So he's been on me because I said yesterday, Hard Knocks is coming this summer, which will be awesome. And some of the guys that could be stars, and I left open the opportunity that one of the three biggest stars could be a rookie they draft. There could be a rookie running back, could be a rookie lineman, a rookie edge, a rookie player that's going to come onto this team, this Super Bowl winning roster, and be that impactful. And he was like, "You better ask DJ about that because I'm not buying some rookie kind of that."
That's not what I said.
That kind of
making this up. What
that
is
kind
wrong
of
with
impact.
You?
That kind of
say
impact.
That.
He just shoot me down in a John Bon Jovi Blaze of Glory.
Not what I said.
Can they find that at 32, 64, or 96?
Well, let me ask a question. Do you think there's any chance they pick at 32?
Yeah. They're having a draft party, DJ. Okay, they wouldn't have a draft party, right, Salk?
I mean, I'm old enough to remember when the Bears invited Mike Glennon to a draft party as they took his replacement in Mitchell Trubisky. So the draft party thing, I don't know if there's always the best communication in departments there.
But I think Brady Henderson, our buddy, told us they've made their first pick in every draft in like 7 or 8 years. Like they've actually taken.
They have.
Well, they had 2 years where they didn't have that pick, or 1 year anyway, where they didn't have a first round pick. But they have made their first pick actually a lot more often. Now they haven't been picking at 32. So
how many picks do they have total
this year? 4. Yeah,
they got 4.
No way they're picking at 32.
But it's a bad draft.
I'm just telling you, they're not picking at 32. I'll be shocked.
Okay.
Yeah. Because there is a 5th-year benefit for somebody if they, and you just need one team to want to move up a couple spots.
Yeah, and that was one of the other trade scenarios this week. I gave you the Jeremiah Love. The other one was a Pittsburgh comes back and gets Ty Simpson, or somebody gets Ty Simpson, and then all of a sudden you add a 50 and a third and a 5th, and you are able then to add some depth. You see that one is a more realistic possibility.
To me, I think they'll trade back. I think they'll have opportunities, and I think this is a draft where we've just talked about it. It's more of a quantity than a quality. So I think you would want some more pops at it. So that's how I look at it. And look, there's always a chance. I've been on teams where you're dying to get out and you're stuck and there's no phone doesn't ring and you stick and pick. But I would say I think at that pick, I think they'll have a chance to get out of there.
Who is the Penn State guard that I heard you talking about? So where does he go? Brock talked about trading up all the way up to get a running back. Is he good enough to be worth trading up for in the first round?
I mean, if you could trade up a modest move, and then maybe it's a 3rd round pick next year, or something you're parting with next year, preserving your one next year. I wouldn't trade a future one for a guard, but This is it. I think he's the best. You make a strong argument. He's the best overall offensive lineman in the draft. For sure, he's the best guard for me. And I look at the Chargers are 22, Pittsburgh's 21. That's probably the neighborhood you'd have to get to because both those teams have a need at that position. If he were to get down there, I mean, the Ravens could take him at 14. He's a really, really good player. But man, that would be an unbelievable pair of guards if they were able to pull that off
with a pretty good pair of tackles as well.
No question. Yeah, be loaded.
Yeah, that would check your.
That sounds cool. I mean, doesn't that sound more valuable than trading all the way up for a running back? Like, okay, if you have those four guys.
But if that running back is Christian McCaffrey or Bijan Robinson, and he's the best player in this
but
draft.
If you have those, if that's your offensive line, can't you make do with a lot of different running backs?
No, it's a fair point. To me, I just think there's the rare guys, the rare running backs, and I think this kid falls into that category. And I do think there is a difference in how that offense runs when you have like a premier guy. It's going to look different. I mean, I just go back to the Saquon example, and I rate him just below Saquon. But Saquon Barkley's, what he was with the Giants, you can argue against the running back position. Then he goes to a team with a good offensive line, and you're like, this guy's a 2,000-yard rusher and leads a team to a Super Bowl. That's the type of impact you can get. So that's where I could say this kid is, he's in the right company of backs.
Is there anybody in the company of Nick Emmanwori in this draft?
No.
The kid out of Toledo, the safety out of
he's one of my favorite players, my 16th overall player, which is ironic. I think I have to go back. I think Emmanwori was my 16th player in last year's draft. Wow. So, but no, he's not as thick. He's, like a little over 200 pounds, 205 pounds, but 6'3.5, splash plays, big hits, rangy interceptions. He's a little bit, I like him a little bit more away from the ball, whereas Nick was dynamic, as he got closer to the line of scrimmage. But he's a really good player. He's my second safety. I have him just behind Downs. And
how are we feeling 3 weeks out? Are you ready? Like if you had to do the draft tomorrow, you ready?
Yeah, no, I'm ready. I've got some non-combine guys I got to scoot through and clean up. We call this time of the year the chasing ghosts period, where hey, did you hear this kid ran? He's never played, but he ran 4.35 at the pro day, and his uncle played. Right. So maybe you can that's the path.
On the other side of that, what'd you see from Mendoza yesterday?
It was good. I mean, I call those a proof of life pro days. Just hold up the newspaper, make sure that you're alive. You're going to be the first overall pick. But he's big. I mean, that was the first thing I noticed. Is 238 pounds. And did you see his lower? Like his
kind of Andrew Luck-esque. He's got an Andrew Luck body.
Yeah.
Not as dynamic. It doesn't run like Andrew. But as far as when I watched that yesterday and I listened to there's a lot of Andrew. Like he's not into this new agey, QB country, whip the hips, all of this disassociation. Yeah. He's just a big old grinder, man. And then was he barking out the plays yesterday?
Oh yeah. And he was calling out the players and who the ball was going to and all that stuff. I mean, he's
his own man too, man. He's quirky.
He's his own dude. He's very quirky. That's the word that I've used. He's quirky. But his teammates, that was what I was trying to watch is, there was a long time we were waiting for him to throw. So we were on the air for a long time. He interacted with a lot of people on the sideline, interacted with his teammates, always big smile on his face.
It was good to talk to Daniel Jeremiah yesterday, and we will do that each Wednesday leading up to the draft. So that means next week, the week after, the day before the draft, and then we'll do 2 more the week and the week after that after the draft. So 4 opportunities to prep for this thing with DJ, and then a couple opportunities to break down what the Seahawks did and kind of where they go from there. It's not a great draft, but there are starters. They need starters. I mean, they kind of have their stars. That's not what they're looking for. So in some ways, picking up another pick or so in this draft makes sense. I just am loath to give up anything from next year. To me, you have such an opportunity to really push your franchise forward next year in what is supposed to be a great draft. That just feels like such an awesome opportunity that I would hate to give up really anything in that draft. That's the one reason I don't love the whole idea of trying to trade up for Jeremiah Love. I'm sure he's great. I'm not saying he's not. But giving up picks in next year's draft makes me nervous, and to do it all for a running back, Maybe he's special. Maybe it's the right thing. I'm certainly not going to be mad if they do it. That'd be super exciting, but I don't think that's the direction I would want them to go. All right, so the Mariners are third in the power rankings, but they were also a cause for concern on MLB Network last night. So which is it? Well, maybe both things are true. We'll discuss next on Brock and Salk.
4 Down Territory. Michael Bumpus answers the top 4 football questions of the day.
Who do you want to see week 1 for the Seahawks?
We think it's going to be the Bears,
Yes.
right? I want to see the Cowboys, though.
The Cowboys?
I want to see the Cowboys because I want all the hype and the smoke that comes with playing the Cowboys week 1. You know, coming into the season, everyone's going to be excited about the Cowboys. This offense is going to be great. Defensively, they've gotten better. I want all the hype and all the smoke.
Catch every 4 Down Territory on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here with my buddy Shannon O'Kelly from IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. So much more than just physical and hand therapy, though, Shannon. You guys, holy smokes, do you have a lot of specialty care?
Yeah, Brock, we do. You know, obviously our nuts and bolts is good old musculoskeletal, but we have a lot of therapists that do advanced certifications in specialty care. And that's important because we can treat the whole population. We can treat your neighborhood. We can treat your family. And those specialty services range from neurovestibular care to dry needling, sports medicine, hand therapy, pelvic floor, vestibular rehab, lymphedema, you name it, we have that service. Again, we're about taking care of the whole family and the whole family's needs.
Remember, IRG, they're in your neighborhood. I'm talking over 40 locations and new additions in Wallingford and the WAC as well, that Washington Athletic Club. You can find them in person. You can find it online at irgpt.com. That is irgpt.com.
Got neighbors? Big Trees can help. This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. If you've been considering planting trees to add privacy, look no further than Big Trees. Privacy trees fill in empty spaces, help to define property lines, and add curb appeal. Learn more about Big Trees' big supply of privacy trees at bigtreesupply.com.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here for my friends at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Celebrate Mom with Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel's Mother's Day weekend giveaway. You could win one of 100 designer handbags filled with prizes on Saturday, May 9th and Sunday, May 10th. Don't forget to book a stay at the new hotel. It's awesome. Elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. Head to snocasino.com for details. It is Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Please game responsibly.
The sun is shining. It's a beautiful day for baseball.
At T-Mobile Park, you've always got the best seat in the house. Case in point, your ticket might be for the view level, but it's more like Skyline City. Up here, it's hard to say what'll take your breath away first. The gorgeous Seattle sunsets or the spectacular views of every incredible play. If you like value with the view, it's the perfect place to take quality time with the family to a whole new level. Literally.
A bases clearing, 3-run double. Everybody on their feet here at T-Mobile Park.
Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
The Mariners are back in town starting April 10th for a 4-game series against the Houston Astros. It all starts with Ichiro Replica Statue Night on Friday the 10th, presented by BDA. The first 40,000 fans take home this must-have collectible, with 20 scoring ones signed by Ichiro himself. Get your tickets at mariners.com.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in Seattle without using your own money? You'll learn to flip houses and secure rental properties in your spare time to get on track towards real wealth building. We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in Seattle for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text INVEST to 64,000. Seattle is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop next week right here in Seattle and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text INVEST to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text INVEST to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text INVEST to 64,000.
Empower. Ellie here is getting the sleeve she's always dreamed of. She worked with Empower and planned for her next move, So she got good at money. Now she can be a little bad. Oh, by the way, you spelled journey wrong. No worries. She can afford the cover-up, too. Ooh, check out my tat. It says, invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Smalls here. What if you could enjoy the flavor of a cocktail without the alcohol? Meet RK Zero Proof, a pioneer in the alcohol-free spirits category that delivers bold taste and a warming sensation, but with zero alcohol, zero sugar, zero carbs, and zero calories. So you can celebrate with friends, unwind after a long day, and wake up tomorrow feeling great. It's all the ritual of a drink without the regret. Discover RK at rkbeverages.com. That's ARKAY beverages.com. RK, the spirit without the alcohol.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Maura, I think it's time to do one of the hardest things in sports radio. So hard. This is so hard what we're about to do. I don't even know whether we should undertake it because the challenge may just be too great for all of us. We may succumb to the difficulties of what we are about to try to do.
Brock's not here?
No, I mean, that's fine. We're always happy to rock out with our Brock out. Whenever Brock is taking some time for himself, or in this case, going to work, doing a little, UFL game this weekend. So he's in Columbus, I think, this week. So he took off for Columbus yesterday and wasn't able to do today. No, that's fine. I don't mind doing that. What's really hard, I think, to do in not just sports radio, but life, is play the both things be true game. People are really wired these days to one thing or the other. And I think right now I'm trying to walk a little fine line here where I believe both things can be true. The Mariners are currently third in ESPN's power rankings. Great. Right about where you want to be. They're down one spot from last week when they were number 2. The Yankees jumped ahead of them, which makes sense given that they took 2 out of 3 and did look like the better team over those 3 games. So is there cause for concern? Yeah. Are they also still number 3? Yeah. Both of those things I think can be true at the same time, and I don't know that we need to take a side. I don't know that we need to today say the Mariners are going to be fine, and I don't know that we need to today say the Mariners are in trouble. I think it's very fair to say it's way too early to know. There are some causes for a little bit of concern, but also a lot of evidence to show that they're probably going to be okay when things are all said and done. They're still a good team. Being 3-4 without the help of arguably their 3 best hitters is actually, I think, and we've said this before, a bit of a testament to how good they actually are, right? The fact that those guys are doing it, or aren't doing it rather, and the Mariners are 3-4, not 0-7, because the rest of the sort of in-between guys have started off hot, is all great news. It really is. That is all great news. And I think it's a testament to the way this team was built. They can withstand a week of their 3 best hitters not contributing all that much because of the depth of the lineup, the depth of the roster, the completeness of the way they were constructed, the starting pitching, all of it. It's a good roster. It doesn't have any real major holes. So those things are all very true and remain true today. It's also fair, I think, to have some, I don't know what the right word is. You want to call them concerns? You want to call them watches, things that you're waiting to see how they play out?
I would say just uncomfortable.
Sure.
Uncomfortability.
A couple things that just make you queasy.
Yeah, you'd like to see their 3 best hitters come out hot. Doesn't mean it's the end of the world that they didn't. It makes you a little uneasy.
So like your hand falls asleep or your leg falls asleep because you've been sitting in one position too long. It's uncomfortable, but you know you're not going to have to amputate.
Yes.
Is that kind of what, like, yeah.
That works.
I my leg's asleep. I got to kind of wake that thing up a little bit. Hopefully it doesn't mean anything more serious, but at least for today, we don't need to amputate this sucker. It's going to be all right. So I guess that's the in-between I'm looking for. There are some things that I think are worth, having that uncomfortable conversation about. One, the weight of expectations. I think it's fair to ask about it. We talked about it all spring. They talked about it and addressed it and said we are comfortable talking about those expectations. But the three guys that they are most counting on, who have the most weight of expectations upon them, have been the three guys that have struggled the most right out of the gates. Is there a connection there? By the way, the one pitcher who has struggled the most was your opening day starter. So in some ways, the four guys you've asked the most of have been the four that have struggled a little bit. And I think you can come up with reasons on them. Ryan Rowland-Smith here on MLB Network talking about Cal.
Well, one last thing, too, on Cal. I know getting back from the World Baseball Classic, he made it a point to make sure he got to all these pitches. We talked about this last year with the MVP race. Wanted to make sure he was behind the dish, doing all the extra things, trying to play a little bit of catch-up. So I think he's a little off time right now, a little bit behind, that's for sure.
I think that's a fair thing. First of all, it's a great reason why Cal may not look the way you want him to at the plate right now, because his primary job is he's got to catch. He's got to get the pitching staff ready to go every day. And if he felt like he was behind because of the WBC, absolutely his priority needs to be getting the pitching staff where it has to be, and then the swing will come along later. I don't know how we can tell whether or not the weight of expectations are part of the problem to start the year, but I do think the fact that those four have sort of been the four in the microscope and that those four arguably have the most responsibility and pressure on them, yeah, I think it's fair to ask. I think it's fair to ask about Julio's typical slow start, and I think it's fair to ask about Cal's follow-up to the season he had last year. In Julio's case, look, on one hand, we know Julio's going to be fine. Julio cannot hit for a month, and we know he's going to be fine because we've just seen this movie now 3 or 4 times. This is like an AC/DC record. Like, you know how it's going to go. Like, you really know there's going to be a couple songs about rock and roll and a couple songs. Like, you understand the process here. Same 3 chords over and over again. But if Julio wants to have an MVP season, and that's the conversation around him, it can't start in July, right? He can still have a good season. He can still have the same season, and it can get going in June or whatever because he's shown he can get hot in the summer months. But if Julio wants to have the MVP season we're talking about, it's got to start in April. It can't start in July. That doesn't work. So I think it's fair to ask about it, watch there, put a little note, a little asterisk. And Cal, we know Cal's in a new world. I think there are some really good reasons. I think Ryan nailed it there. So I'm not like overly concerned, but Cal is coming off of this breakout year, and the league adjusts and they spend some time looking at you, and they're going to pitch around you, and you got to be patient and make them come back and pitch. Like, all of these things are going to be new. It's new in Cal's world. So I think those are fair questions. I think it's fair to ask a couple questions about the pen because those were questions we had going in. I think it's fair to ask a question about this lineup versus lefties, which we're going to see again today for the 3rd time in 4 games. You need Rob Refsnyder to hit. He hasn't yet. I think he will. But that's another thing that you've gotta get going. I think it's fair to ask about Brendan Donovan's defense at third, which has not looked comfortable to start the year. Here was John Morosi yesterday with Wyman and Bob.
He's a really good athlete, but he doesn't have a ton of major league reps at this particular position on an everyday basis. And it's one thing to do it in spring training. It's another to do it again early in the year. We're still kind of getting into the spring weather and all those different elements. I need to see more. You're right. It has not been a good start. He has not looked. He's not Williamson over there. He's not even probably Suarez over there right now. I'm going to give him time, and I'm sure the Mariners will have the same approach. You're not going to change the schematic based on a week, but let's see where we're at in a month or so, how the defense is going. You especially with a pitching staff like this, it's so high powered, you cannot give the other team extra outs to play with.
Yeah, I think all that is true. Some good text, 360. If you're not concerned, you don't care. If you're panicked, you just don't get it. Well said. Very well said. 425, we call them watchouts. Yeah, there's a little watch outs. And then a bunch of people using the word trepidation. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's probably fair. I like watch outs. Just a couple of watch outs. Watch out for Brendan Donovan's defense. Watch out for the lineup against lefties. And hopefully they go out today and score 6 runs against Reed Detmers in the first 4 innings. And you're like, all right, there we go. Get Rob Refsnyder going. Get Victor Robles going. Get some of the right-handed bats that are going to be a part of this thing going. And you're off and running. You don't have to worry about it. But until then, it's a watch out. Watch out. Heads up. Watch out. Come on, Cal. Hit a home run. They're in good company, by the way. Neither Julio nor Cal has a home run. Maura, thanks for sending this over. Some other players with 0 home runs this year. Shohei Ohtani. Bobby Witt Jr., Vlad Guerrero Jr., Kyle Tucker. Kyle Tucker doesn't have a home run, Lyle? Thank God he's not here.
Huh?
Can you imagine if he had been here and didn't have any home runs?
I wouldn't care.
Ronald Acuna Jr., Matt Olson, Nick Kurtz, Junior Caminero, Fernando Tatis Jr., and Rafael Devers. None of those people have a home run.
Well, it is a good point, though. In all fairness, the big 4 for the Dodgers in their lineup, none of them are hitting yet. So while we're talking about the main 3 guys in the middle of the Mariners order, just another example. The best team in baseball isn't hitting yet either.
All true. All right. Well, there you go. That's where we're at. I do like this text because I think it's a fun way of looking at baseball. It says Rob Refsnyder crushes left-handed pitching, even though nobody has ever heard of him before he came here. Well, I don't know if that's quite true. I think some people have heard of him. He's been in the league since 2015. He's played 11 years in the league and has really good numbers, especially against lefties. Give him some time. He is old. I mean, the question on Rob Refsnyder isn't can he hit lefties? It's can he still hit lefties at the age this year of 35? That's the question. It's not has he hit lefties. I mean, you can literally see it in black and white. It's is there still something there? Boston let him go after, 4 good seasons. What's he going to do for the Mariners? That's a very real one. Okay. You can download the Seattle Sports app. Every game, one app, totally free. Pretty great. Take the game with you on the go, whether you're running errands, Little League practice, hockey tryouts, on a hike, boat, whatever it is. Seattle Sports app travels with you. Enjoy every pitch of the final season for Rick Riz, all in one place at no cost. Easiest way to enjoy Mariner baseball. And did I mention it's free? Just go download that Seattle Sports app. And you can watch all of these things. All the good, all the bad, all the question marks is what makes baseball fun. We'll come back with everything you need to know, including a big roster move the Mariners made yesterday. What does it mean for tonight? That's next on Brock and Salk.
You can stream every pitch of every inning of every game all season long. Oh, and it's completely free.
It's a tremendous catch.
Only on the Seattle Sports app. That's right. The free Seattle Sports app puts every single Mariners game right in the palm of your hand.
On a platter, come and get it.
One app, every game. Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcast.
Holy smokes, what a play.
Pretty awesome, right? Just like the Mariners.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
This baseball season, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have you covered with every play. With their lineup of Tundras, Tacomas, and the all-electric BZ lineup. Versatile, powerful, and innovative. All built to elevate your drive. Take a test drive at either location and head home or to the ballpark in that Toyota the same day. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. Visit Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien. We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying two phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here. I'm excited to introduce you to my good friend Keith Dashafy, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Keith?
Thanks, Rick. Improve your play with 25% off windows and doors or 12 months, no payments, and no interest. And we're giving back with 2 $5,000 scholarships for our local youth sports teams. Upgrade your home at PellaPNW.com.
That's fantastic, Keith. Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Julio and Naylor on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case? Skyrizi Risankizumab Risa can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener, like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV, but if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to you at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, Mariners head out on the road for the first time this season. It's a trip that will take them first to Anaheim today for 3, and then off to the Dallas Metroplex to take on the Rangers. Brian Wu will get the ball tonight. Perfect pitcher to try to get them started and break a little losing streak. So, looking forward to seeing what may really be their ace. On the other side of it, you have to see another left-handed pitcher. So Reed Detmers goes for the Angels. So hopefully some of these righties can get themselves going. It's been a little bit of a challenge to start the year. Hancock, Castillo, the other 2 starters this weekend. It was nice to hear Jordan Schusterman talking about the Rock yesterday with Bump and Stacy.
And now to kind of fade into the background behind these homegrown starters that we're constantly debating. Oh, is Logan better? Is George better? Oh, Bryce and Brian Wu. Those guys are awesome. But Luis Castillo is still so important to this team in terms of the stability. And now what he shows you in a start like that against the Yankees, there is still real upside there. So if he's going to be able to show that kind of velocity over the course of this season, we shouldn't be shocked because this is one of the better right-handed pitchers of his generation, even if it's like a tick below the guys that have been winning Cy Youngs. He's a great pitcher, and if he can get back to being that kind of level, that maybe all-star level pitcher, that just gives so much more room for error. And not to mention, of course, we saw 6 no-hit innings from Emerson Hancock.
Yeah, 100%. And it was really a good start for Castillo against the Yankees. Would love to see him follow that up this weekend. J.P. Crawford only needed 4 plate appearances before he was reactivated from the IL, so he's got about 20 combined, including spring training this year. Hopefully he's seeing the ball okay. They end up sending Ryan Bliss down in his place. Pirate shortstop Connor Griffin gets 9 years, $140 million before making his debut today. Not bad. Beating out Colt Emerson, so it looks like the Mariners may have gotten that deal done just in time. And yes, the labor uncertainty is part of the reason we're seeing these deals.
There's no accident for me that it's a lot of these infielders who have a high ceiling. There are comparables out there from other recent players, and we don't know what the next CBA is going to be. So when you look at where we're at with that, when you look at the unknown, when the unknown is waiting for you in 2027, one way of hedging a bit is to say, okay, I'd like to have a contract that, depending on whatever the future looks like, I might be grandfathered into it. And so it's not the worst idea, probably, if you're a young player, to get these contracts signed and on the books, because at least protects you a bit. If contracts are grandfathered into a new structure, it helps to have a contract.
Going to be a lot of pressure on, well, certainly this kid in Pittsburgh and obviously eventually Colt Emerson here in Seattle.
Yeah, and he gets to hit free agency still at 28 because he's 19.
That's
Connor Griffin.
So crazy. He was a 9th pick. He wasn't like a number 1 overall pick. He was the number, I think, 9 pick in that year's draft.
Mm-hmm.
He's come pretty quick.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Learn a lot about the Seahawks this summer as they go on to Hard Knocks. And John Schneider was on with Wyman and Bob yesterday explaining what that will look like.
I just always worried about telling our story, but I get it from a PR standpoint, marketing standpoint. We're just very protective of like how we do things, what our culture looks like,
right.
and I guess we're going to make it as positive as we possibly can without sharing as much information as we possibly can.
Yeah, it is a bit of a fine line to walk. We'll talk to G about this at 8:30. Look, it's going to be fun for us. I do think there's some positive, Maura, you're right, in letting the rest of the league and the rest of just the people around the NFL see who these guys are. I do hope Leonard Williams is featured in it because Leonard Williams is awesome. I hope somebody tells his story about just how great a player he is. DeMarcus Lawrence was amazing last year and super fun. Like, they've got some guys on this team that are among the better players in the league and aren't getting enough credit. Nick Eamon-Warry certainly seems to be heading in that direction. Devin Witherspoon, there's some guys here. So I do hope that there is an opportunity for the rest of the league to learn a little bit more about them. We talked to Daniel Jeremiah yesterday as we get ready for the draft. And, one idea is to find another offensive lineman later, perhaps, in this draft to, you got 4 holes probably, right? Running back, edge, cornerback, and then probably one more maybe on the interior of the offensive line. I'm not convinced they're going to go that way, but if they do, he says there are options.
Yeah, I would say the corner position, 1,000%. I feel great about that. The interior offensive lineman, no doubt. If where they're picking 64, 96, either one of those spots, they can get a player that'll be a starting caliber player with one of those 2 picks.
Yeah, and if you end up with somebody to compete with Anthony Bradford, that would be fine. But it does seem like they like a lot of the other guys already on their roster.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Yeah, just a huge bummer to watch the Kraken totally implode last night. Got up 2-0. Eberle had a goal, and then Bobby McMahon with his 8th goal in 10 games since coming to Seattle. He's been awesome, but it hasn't been enough. They've been miserable during that stretch. They gave up 6 straight after taking a 2-0 lead to lose 6-2 to Utah. Yes, they had a goal disallowed on a very soft call, but, that's how it goes. It could have been worse. That's how bad they played after they ended up with that lead. So 4 points back, 8 games to play. They would also need to pass 4 teams to get into the playoffs. It is looking dire for your Seattle Kraken. That is everything you need to know. And we do that quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Again, we'll do an early version of For You in Review. So, and we had awesome guests this week: Phillip Rivers and DJ and Jeff Passan, and Robert Murray was really good, and Jason Benetti. So I'll kind of run through some of the best of that at 8 o'clock. G. Scott with us at 8:30. I don't see G out there. It's like 7:30. Where is he? Usually he's here by now, like parading around and bragging that he's been to the gym and walked upstairs or something like that.
Sometime lately he's here like when we get here.
I
He
know.
comes here before he goes to the gym.
Just for fun? I don't really
Like
understand.
if I went to the gym that early, I would stagger in at the last possible moment
Yeah,
I could.
he's bragging about being a morning person. I'm just pretty much sick of it. But G's going to be here at 8:30. Stacy at 9 o'clock. Your phone calls at 9:30. Be fun to have some good calls today. And so that's our morning. Now, in the meantime, Maura, you sent over a bunch of these news and notes yesterday, and I want to play a bunch of the sound. But I just I will say, the moment I saw this, I knew I was going to be excited to talk about it. Maura sent over a note, and I'll only read you the beginning. You'll have to hear the end in a moment. But the beginning was, apparently Adam Schefter has been living under a rock because he seems surprised that. We'll tell you the rest next.
4 down territory. Michael Bumpus answers the top 4 football questions of the day.
Who do you want to see week 1 for the Seahawks?
We think it's going to be the Bears,
Yes.
right? I want to see the Cowboys, though.
The Cowboys?
I want to see the Cowboys because I want all the hype and the smoke that comes with playing the Cowboys week 1. You know, coming into the season, everyone's going to be excited about the Cowboys. This offense is going to be great. Defensively, they've gotten better. I want all the hype and all the smoke.
Catch every 4 down territory on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Mike Salk here for my friends at Snoqualmie Casino, about a month away from Mother's Day. You want to celebrate Mom? How about Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel's Mother's Day weekend giveaway? You could win one of 100 designer handbags filled up with prizes on Saturday the 9th or Sunday, May 10th. Don't forget to book a stay, too, at the new hotel. It's beautiful. Elevate your next getaway. Combine that effortless style with the utmost relaxation. Head to snocasino.com. You can book and find out more. It is at Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
We know finding a company to trust with your home is a big decision, and one we look forward to earning with incredible service, top quality products, and lifetime warranties. Adrian here, owner of Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Our windows are feature-rich with our sound package that reduces noise by 50%, clean glass technology, and added protection with our exclusive First Guard 3-layer security glass. Learn more about all of these features at lakewashingtonwindows.com. Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
It's tax time, y'all. If you want to file free, this next one's for you.
Now taxes is so free. Tax free edition only. Roughly 37% of filings qualify. Simple form 1040 returns only. How this is tax.
Love that jam. Up next, commercials.
Intuit TurboTax Free Edition. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
I need a little range. Step to the range. Come on, meet me at the
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Hey there, Dawn Riling with Olympic Hot Tub. Ready for family fun and fitness year-round in your own backyard? During our Sweet Spring Savings event, we're adding Endless Pools factory discounts with our already incredible savings. That means you can enjoy up to $16,500 off your dream swim spa. Don't wait. These amazing savings end April 14th. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub.
Meet the company electrifying the marine industry. ARC, a fully electric boat that feels like a luxury EV. Significantly less maintenance and service, ARC boats are easy to operate and maintain. Go to arcboats.com/demo. ARC, you have to see it to believe it.
1877 Cars for Kids.
877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Mariners and Angels in Anaheim tonight. First pitch at 6:38, 5:30 pregame. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Hi, Sarah here with Safeway. We're proud to partner with Champions of Change co-founder Doug Baldwin to help nourish Washington students through the Nourishing Champions program.
Thanks, Sarah. And here's the reality. Every day, students across our state are staying after school for extracurriculars on empty stomachs, and some of them don't know where their next meal will come from. Food insecurity is reaching crisis levels, and the impact on our youth will extend far beyond this moment. The good news is that there's an answer in the federally funded after-school meals programs. But right now, Washington schools' participation is very low, reaching only 2% of the students who qualify.
That's where Nourishing Champions comes in. We're offering grants that not only fund food, but also resource and training support for the schools to offer an after-school meal program for years to come.
Our goal is to reach 10,000 more students in the first year of these grants and then grow from there. School staff can learn more and apply today at championsofchangefoundation.org and navigating to the Nourishing Champions tab. That's championsofchangefoundation.org and click on the Nourishing Champions tab.
Mariners fans, the 2026 season is officially underway, and the defending AL West champs are ready to feed off your energy at T-Mobile Park. Be here for every monster home run.
Goodbye! A no-doubt moonshot by Julio.
Every 100-mile-per-hour heater.
Andres Munoz has simply been incredible.
Every historic moment.
Number 60, the magical tour of Cal Raleigh just continues.
Lock in your seats today at mariners.com/tickets.
There's nothing better than having a big fish on your line. Make this the year you take that unforgettable fishing trip to Queen Charlotte Lodge. Time is running out for summer bookings. Experience a luxury resort and amazing fishing with your buddies, family, father, or son. King salmon runs, halibut, and lingcod are always plentiful. Book your stay at fishqcl.com and use code ESPN. Experience fishing first class. Experience fishqcl.com.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
No guesses on what Maura texted? I thought we might have a guess or two on the text line, 866-979-3776. It started with apparently Adam Schefter's been living under a rock because he seems surprised that. So, I'll tell you, I'll give you guys a minute. I'll do one more story before that one, just a quick one. And then if you have any guesses, you can text them in for what Adam Schefter has missed because apparently he's been living under a rock. He's the last person to know that this might have happened. So, yeah, 866-979-3776 text line. I'll give you a different Adam Schefter thing first, and then we'll get to that. So he did address and give us a little bit more information on the whole Puka Nacua thing. Here is Schefter.
He's trying to get the help that he believes he now needs, and obviously there are huge implications for the football element of this that the Rams are aware of. But they said it's most important right now for Puka to get the help that he needs as a person, and all the football stuff, the contract, that all can wait until after he's out. Yeah. We saw Jackson Smith-Njigba already become the highest paid wide receiver in football. Puka Nacua is that level of talent, and everybody believes that Puka is going to get paid. But the Rams obviously want him to get the help and treatment he needs first before they move on to the contractual element of this. And when teams are doing contracts, they look at the entire picture. They need that person to be a leader on and off the field. They need him to be an example, and you're going to make him one of the highest paid players in the league.
Everybody believes Puka Nacua will get paid. That's what Schefter said. Lyle, you paying Puka Nacua?
No, I wouldn't. Not at this rate.
How could you pay him? I mean, what is the most obvious comp right now, today, for Puka Nacua is who? Antonio Brown, right?
I mean, AB really went off the rails, so I don't know if I want to quite go there yet, but you're right that it's trending that way.
You give him how much money?
Yeah, $42 million a year.
You don't think it could very easily trend closer and closer to AB? Now, I'm not saying it's going to be exactly the same. You're right. That is a level of going off the rails that we've maybe never seen before. I mean, like that's a Hall of Fame example of going off the rails. But there are arguably more red flags about Puka before the contract than there were about Antonio Brown before his. There are arguably more red flags here than there were then. I mean, I hope to hell the Rams do it. Pay this guy his money. The only reason I don't want it to happen is that I don't like Puka Nacua, and I don't want him to have all that money. But I think it'll ruin him even more. They're crazy if they pay him that money. That'd be great. That'd be great for the Seahawks. Pay Puka Nacua $1 gazillion and then have Matt Stafford retire. See what happens. Mess around and find out. Like, that sounds great. Please sign me up for that. I hate when you hear that stuff. Oh, everybody believes Puka's going to get paid. Well, when the NFL owners keep making the same mistakes over and over and over again, like, yeah, I guess that's why we believe it. But it does feel like it would be a mistake.
If they pay him and then Stafford retires, I feel like he's going to demand a trade within a year of that contract.
What a mess. All right, Adam, some guesses from the people out here. Adam Schefter was the last one to find out that no one's impressed he has multiple phones. That's mean. That's not nice. That the Seahawks won the Super Bowl. Yes. That Mike is the MVP of his rec hockey league for 40-plus minutes. No, I don't do that. I don't play. I just watch. Thanks. Let's see. Last to know that Puka's a jerk. Yeah, there's a bunch of other good ones here. You guys can keep coming with them, but none of them are right. Adam Schefter is apparently the last person to find out or to not understand why Aaron Rodgers has decided to string along the Pittsburgh Steelers this offseason. Here's Schefter again.
Art Rooney, the president of the Steelers, essentially said this week that they would like an answer before the draft, which is 3 weeks from tonight in Pittsburgh. Now, what's interesting is initially, when the season ended, they thought they might get an answer within 30 days. Then it was supposed to be in mid-March, and now it's supposed to be sometime before the draft. It keeps being pushed back. Unclear why the deadline continues to be pushed, not deadline, but timeline for Aaron Rodgers to give an answer. But there's been no indication that he doesn't want to come back yet. But with Aaron Rodgers, you never know what the actual answer is until you hear it from the man himself. And again, the Steelers are cautiously optimistic that he will return.
You couldn't write this script.
It's unclear what the holdup is. What do you mean? This is what he does.
This is the Brett Favre playbook, part 2. I mean, like, how many years did Favre do this? 4 or 5 years in a row, right? When he did it to the Packers before finally they shipped him out, and then he did it a couple more times with the Jets and Vikings. Like, it's what he did. There was no mystery to it. You knew he was going to come back. It's just that he needed the attention and everything else. In the meantime, who do you think taught Aaron Rodgers how to do this? Well, I, for one, am shocked. It's unclear. They thought they were going to get an answer right away, and now they're not. Really?
The date that they think they're getting an answer keeps moving.
That is so strange. Nobody in NFL circles understands what's really happening here. Come on, Adam. Everybody knows what's happening here. Look at me. Talk about me. But I don't like it. But I love it. But I don't like it. But I love it. And I can't quit it.
I can't go to the coffee shop down the street without people stalking me.
Oh, it's so awful. And all I want to do is be left alone.
But I'm going to go on Pat McAfee and have millions of people watch me talk about it.
And make sure that I just won't give anybody an answer so they speculate about me and talk about me all off season long. God, he's the worst. And here we are, once again, falling into the trap and doing exactly. To me, though, this is more about Schefter. Like, of course, like, come on, man. You know what's happening. Do you have that is the thing that always just amazes me about Schefter is that there's just no interest in looking at the why. It's always just the what. It's always the what. And then like, whoa, this is crazy. I never would have seen this coming. I'm sure he does, but he plays this like naive character on the air that I don't really understand.
I don't get it either. But also, how excited are you to not have to be in the situation the Steelers are in where you're hoping Aaron Rodgers is going to get back to you?
I mean, nothing could be worse. Thank God John and Mike did not end up having to go down that road, because if they did, it would have been so miserable here. Fernando Mendoza is going to be the first pick in the draft. That seems pretty clear. And it looks like, while his mentor's not going to be Geno Smith, it is going to be Kirk Cousins. Tim Hasselbeck thinks that's probably a good thing.
What Mendoza needs to do is basically be a sponge, soak up everything you possibly can from Kirk Cousins. And the reason I say that is Cousins is a master of this offense. He's been with Clint Kubiak in the past. He's played in a version of the West Coast offense pretty much his entire career. And he's got the battle scars. So there's the football side of it. And then there's a side of it about how to be a pro, how to be a franchise quarterback, which Cousins has been for a long time. How do you treat the people in the building? How do you lead? How do you, what is your relationship like with the offensive line, the receivers? How do you communicate with coaches? All of that stuff. Look, he's going to have a great example in Cousins.
I mean, you can learn all that from Kirk Cousins, but if you really want to learn from Kirk Cousins, learn how he has become the highest grossing NFL player of all time. He's made more money than Tom Brady. Kirk Cousins has made more money than Tom Brady or any other quarterback. Kirk Cousins. If you wanna to learn anything from him, learn the business of the NFL. Don't learn anything about playing quarterback. I mean, that's fine too, but learn the business.
Just keep taking the franchise tags like Kirk Cousins did.
Unbelievable. Yeah, I won't sign. Give me the franchise tag again. Year after year after year. It's a lot of money in the franchise tag, that's for sure. And then go get Atlanta to drastically overpay for you. Oof. 360 says, I think Adam and Aaron made a deal. Adam keeps bringing him up in speculation as long as he gets the exclusive final answer from Aaron once he gets around to announcing it. Yeah, maybe. Weirder things have occurred. That would not be the most shocking thing of all time, but I mean, obviously, I don't know if that's true. Jeremy Fowler, speaking of wide receivers who eventually lose their mind, I think you could put A.J. Brown at least near that category. He is in Philadelphia, where it sounds like he and Jalen Hurts are not a great fit.
I don't necessarily think they're in a terrible place at the moment. And Jalen Hurts said after the year that he and A.J. Brown spoke and that they are in a, quote, great place, I believe is what he said. So that is a positive. I really think it's one of those situations, Rich, where there's no blowout fight. Multiple sources told me they never saw A.J. and Jalen in some sort of huge scuffle or issue. Brown can kind of do that on his own, as we saw week to week. What happened at the end of the season was probably the 8th worst thing that happened, when he's addressing his coach and getting mad on the sideline. It was kind of a weekly charade, and certainly AJ deserves his share of the blame in the struggles last year too. But I think it's a situation where you have two players who have slightly different personalities, but also internalize a lot. Jalen Hurts, I think part of the struggle he has is he's very much an introvert. He's very much to himself. Whether he wins a Super Bowl or throws a pick, he's kind of the same guy, which can be hard to read inside a locker room, especially one with a lot of personalities and ego.
What do you think's going on there? What do you think is going on in Philadelphia? Because we keep hearing, I mean, they are messy. I saw Michelle Smallman on Sportsmanlike had them as her NFL messy team of the week or whatever it is they do. I was like, I don't know. Obviously Philly's good. They're not a mess the way the Browns are a mess, but they do always just seem to have a lot of jumble and noise coming out of that building. And it's funny. In some ways, Jalen Hurts is the perfect person for it. I get what Fowler's saying. But isn't the ability to just tune it all out and walk away from the noise in Philadelphia part of Jalen Hurts' superpower and why he's won there? I like A.J. Brown. I think he's a good player, really good player. I like that style of wide receiver. But if it's become a problem, move on. If it's an issue there, just move on. He's a wide receiver.
There's also issues with Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni.
I know. What is that
he's
deal?
Uncoachable. That I guess the offensive coordinator wanted to make some changes last year and he didn't want to do it. So they've got all kinds of drama.
But is Sirianni part of that too? Because he seems like kind of a drama guy also.
He does.
Of all of them, honestly, Jalen Hurts feels like the least dramatic. From the outside, I'm not in that building every day, but just from where we are, knowing a lot of his story and what happened in Alabama and Oklahoma, Jalen Hurts feels like the guy who's the least amount of drama. So if he's got issues or there's A.J. Brown problems or Nick Sirianni problems, my gut tells me that those guys are more at fault than Jalen Hurts. But, I mean, again, not in the building, so obviously difficult to tell. That's just my opinion. Adam Schefter
You've
probably
also
wouldn't
always
offer
really liked
his.
him.
I do like Jalen Hurts. That's true. I am a Jalen Hurts fan. So, yeah, I'm biased. I totally admit that. Schefter also did give us some details on why the Seahawks finally ended up doing Hard Knocks, and the Patriots as well.
Let me tell you why there was a double announcement which we've never seen before. Because the NFL in recent years has struggled to get teams to do Hard Knocks. And when the NFL has asked teams to do Hard Knocks during the summer, the answer that they're commonly told is, we'll do it next year. We'll do it next year. Like, Dan, me saying to you, let's go grab lunch. We'll do it next month. We'll do it no lunch. Okay? So the NFL has been asking teams to do Hard Knocks, and the answer always is next year. We'll do it next year. So what the NFL did this year is, when the New England Patriots said we'll do it next year, they said, you're in. You've got 2027. Congratulations. Next year. And so they've taken the 2 Super Bowl participants, the Seahawks this summer in 26, the Patriots next summer in 27, and they held their feet to the fire. And they said, next year it is.
Interesting. That's a good report. I hadn't heard that. It doesn't explain the Seahawks side of it, but it does explain the Patriots. I mean, to me, I just figured now that Bill Belichick's not there, they at least have a shot, because there was no way it would have ever happened while Belichick was there. Just none. No chance. I mean, they could have tried to do it. He would have sabotaged it in every way. I've watched him do it. There is no way they were going to do Hard Knocks as long as Bill Belichick was in charge. Not going to happen. Nagada. But, in a new world with Mike Vrabel, and, it seems like they've changed some of the rules around Hard Knocks. Yeah, they were able to get it done. Okay, let's go from there to Brady Henderson, and we'll do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Morning, Brady.
Hello, Michael. Good morning.
Good morning. Did you have fun yesterday doing Wyman and Bob? A little chat with Schneider?
Yeah, that was fun, wasn't it?
You've had a bunch of. So you Schneider with him? Didn't you do? Didn't you come on with me and Mike McDonald also?
Did I come on with you? Yeah, it was after the Colts game.
Yeah,
when they played Phillip Rivers.
Pretty good. Pretty good. You must have connections, Brady. You must have pretty good connections. That's why we keep having you back on this show. All right, so you talked to Schneider yesterday. Let me play you a short clip from it, because he says they missed out on a guy in the past because of the coaching staff and their vision. Listen to Schneider with you yesterday.
Where we made mistakes in the past was kind of like, all right, I hadn't really wrapped my mind around it enough with how the way, Pat's doing it, and, and just totally aligned with the scouts and the coaches and a specific coach's vision for a player. And then we've gone away from that, and, it's not all aligned, and or medical as well. Another piece. Yeah, and so, or missing on a guy that, we should have, maybe the coaches didn't have a great vision for him, but we really liked, and then we didn't take, and now that player's a baller,
How often are you? How often are you
Pro Bowler that we won't discuss?
All right. Who was the unnamed Pro Bowler that they didn't take because the coaches didn't have a vision for him?
Yeah, I think, and this was not a case of me pulling him aside afterwards and saying, hey, who was it? I think just based on my own past reporting, and sit down for this one if you're listening to this, I think it was George Kittle. Yeah, I think in fact, I know that there was a lot of fans of George Kittle in the building, and a lot of people in the building wanted to draft him, and I have heard that the position coach at the time just was not on board, and they ultimately didn't do it. And that was, a draft where they had some hits. Shaquille Griffin ended up being a Pro Bowl player. David Moore, was a good receiver. Chris Carson was their starting running back. Ethan Posick ended up being their starting center for a little bit. But in the middle of that draft, a lot of guys that didn't really amount to anything. But man, would that draft have looked different if George Kittle was in the mix there. And that is just one of many reasons why the draft is so fun to cover and to try to predict and to look back on, because There's so many of those wild what-if scenarios, and that is one of the biggest ones in recent Seahawks history.
It's a funny one, though. Like, what if they had drafted Kittle and the coaching staff just didn't really know how to use him, and he ends up not really doing much of anything?
Yeah, that's a fair point. I mean, these guys, it's not just about finding the guy, but developing him. I kind of think George Kittle is one of those guys that, with his mindset and his attitude and just the way that he plays, I think he would have found a way to be who he is. Maybe not the same exact player, but still would have been a pretty good player.
Yeah, probably pretty good. Question number 2. Seahawks going to play an international game this year? What's the deal?
I think, I continue to get the sense that there is a strong possibility of that happening. Now, at this point, there's really only 2 international games that are in play. It's Mexico City versus the 49ers, and it's London versus the Commanders. Now, I am inclined to believe that, if they hadn't won the Super Bowl, that I think there's a good chance they would have been the Rams' opponent down in Melbourne, Australia, figuring that, the NFL was going to put a West Coast team another West Coast team in that game, just given that you're talking about, it's already, 17 hours of flight time to get to Australia or whatever it is in the West Coast. So they weren't going to make a team from the Midwest or certainly not the East Coast playing that game. So I think it would have been the Seahawks if they hadn't won the Super Bowl, and obviously Super Bowl champs opened the season at home. But yeah, it's either Mexico City or London. Those are the 2 remaining international games. Excuse me. I heard some scuttlebutt down in Phoenix that Miami, the Dolphins, are a strong candidate to play the 49ers in that Mexico City game. So that would leave just London against the Commanders. And I think there is a decent chance that the Seahawks end up in that game, figuring that the NFL wants to give the Super Bowl champions some exposure.
That would be their second London game, right? They've done London once and Germany once.
They did London in 2018 versus the Raiders, and then they did, Tampa Bay in Munich in 2022.
Marshawn, right? Isn't that when they shut down Marshawn?
In 2018.
Wasn't he with the Raiders?
He played again. He was with the Raiders that season. He played against them. Yep.
Pretty crazy. All right. Maybe London again. Question number 3. So we were arguing yesterday with Daniel Jeremiah. Seahawks pick at number 32. As of today, less than 3 weeks away from that moment, Brady. Do they pick at 32? Do they trade up? Or do they trade back?
I think it's more likely that they trade back. But here, let me ask you this, Mike Salk. We all know John Schneider's history about trading back. And if you have heard me say this on your station the last couple of days, you have to abstain from this.
I've heard you say it to me like a couple weeks ago.
What's that?
You said it to me a couple of weeks ago.
I did? Okay. Well, the question is, when was the last time they traded back in the first round? And it actually wasn't until it hasn't been since 2019. Every year they've had a first-round pick since then. They have made that pick. Now, there's been times where they've wanted to trade back, or at least they've been interested in doing so, and they haven't found a partner, so it hasn't always been by design. But the point is, it's not as easy to trade back as people might think, as easy as they've made it look over the years, over all the times that they've done it. So, yeah, I think they probably want to trade back to end up with more than 4 picks, but I don't know if they love this draft enough to, we've seen them in years where they've turned 4 picks into, they've doubled that total. I don't know if they love this draft enough to want to do that. And so maybe they turn 4 picks into 5 or 6, but I don't know if they're going to try to turn 4 picks into 8 or 9 like we've seen them do in years past. But the point about trading back in the first round is, even if they are interested in doing that, you still got to find a trade partner. You still got to find a team willing to give you good value, and there's still got to be a player. That deal still has to position you to find a player, later, maybe in the second round that you like. But there's got to be a few players that you think are going to be available in that spot that you're trading back into. So there's a lot of variables that make those trades maybe harder than they made it look over the first several years of their tenure there.
All right, there you go. That is today's Blue 88 with Brady Henderson of ESPN and good friend of the show. We actually quoted you to DJ about that yesterday and talking about how you had told us that it had been since 2019. Brock likes the idea of them moving up, and his crazy scenario is trade the first-round pick and next year's first-rounder to get into the top 10 if Jeremiah Love slips to, say, number 8 or 9.
Yeah, we talked about that. Yeah, Bob Stelton and I did yesterday. I mean, you're paying a lot. It's not, it's one thing to go up from like 16 to 9. It's another thing to go up from 32 into the top 10. So you are talking about giving up a boatload of draft capital, and you'd be doing it for, a position that, as we know, has the shortest shelf life in the NFL. That said, I think Jeremiah Love is the exact kind of player that their backfield needs. Now, look, DJ's talking about him being maybe on the Bijan Robinson, Jahmyr Gibbs level, so any team could use a guy like that. But I think, they don't just need a running back. They need somebody to replicate Ken Walker's explosiveness, because the guys they have right now aren't really that kind of back. And so he would be the exact kind of guy that would fit very well into the backfield and really anybody's backfield. But I just think that price, when you're talking about moving that far up, I kind of think that the price may make that prohibitive.
I would tend to agree with you. All right. Thank you, Brady. Great stuff. Enjoy the day in the boat. Enjoy your trip to the home course later today. I'm jealous that I won't be with you. Thanks for the invite, and we'll talk later. See you, buddy.
All right. Sounds good. See you, Michael. Thank you.
There you go. The great Brady Henderson from ESPN. I want to make sure we have enough time to buzz through our week for you in review. We had really good guests this week. Couple surprises in there as well. Stick around. You'll hear from them next on Brock and Salk.
You can stream every pitch of every inning of every game all season long. Oh, and it's completely free.
It's a tremendous catch.
Only on the Seattle Sports app. That's right. The free Seattle Sports app puts every single Mariners game right in the palm of your hand.
On a platter, come and get it.
One app, every game. Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcast.
Holy smokes, what a play.
Pretty awesome, right? Just like the Mariners.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
I need a little range, step to the range.
There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Join the Dugout every Tuesday from 1 to 2 on the Bump and Stacy Show, powered by Top Fitness. Top Fitness is your #1 place for home fitness and exercise equipment, with locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue. Visit topfitness.com.
Listen, every day across Washington, kids stay after school giving their all for sports and activities, many on empty stomachs. That's a problem. Food insecurity in our state is at crisis levels, and it's hurting learning and performance. Safeway and Champions of Change Foundation are stepping up with Nourishing Champions, providing grants to schools for after-school meal programs. Schools don't wait. Applications close April 8th. That's April 8th. Go to championsofchangefoundation.org and click Nourishing Champions.
Meet the company electrifying the marine industry. ARC, a fully electric boat that feels like a luxury EV. Significantly less maintenance and service, ARC boats are easy to operate and maintain. Go to arcboats.com/demo. ARC, you have to see it to believe it.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to do you a minute.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
All right, a couple hours left here of our week on Brock and Salk. Lyle, Maura, both in today. G will be in a little bit, 8:30. Stacy Rost going to pop by at 9 o'clock. Hang out for a few minutes, and then we'll take your phone calls at 9:30. So looking forward to that. Since Stacy's coming in later, thought we'd bump up for you and review in order to make... I don't need Stacy to come in extra early. Her show doesn't start for 2 hours. We don't need to torture her and get her in. I mean, she's got to spend time with Lukey, the dog, her nice new greyhound. Really pretty dog, by the way. If you haven't had a chance to see Stacy's dog, text her, text the show, and ask Stacy to post pictures of the dog. He's so cute.
I was listening to their show yesterday, and apparently she's got a dilemma where I think she said her sister's calling him Dookie. She doesn't like it.
Well, I don't blame her. That's obnoxious.
So now Bump was telling random people that listen to the show if they see her walking her dog to yell out Dookie.
That's not nice.
Yeah. I know. I support her.
Yeah, come on. The dog's name is... She didn't even get to name the dog. The dog already had a name.
Yeah.
So it's not like she chose it. Oh, that's just terrible.
She's from Australia.
Come on, people. Anyway.
She adopted him. Yeah.
Make sure she posts more pictures. He's very cute. And in the meantime, we'll go through our week in review.
Brock and Salk present For You in Review.
Time for our weekly chat with Jeff Passan from ESPN. We've got Joel Clack. Good morning, Joel.
Let's talk to Coach McDonald.
This is For You in Review. Brought to you by the Seattle Sports YouTube page, where you can find the full version of every interview.
Well, it was nice to have both Passan and DJ on in the same week once again. It's been a little while on that, so we'll get to them in just a sec. I'll start with Monday. Jason Benetti, the new voice of Sunday Night Baseball on Peacock and NBC, joined us after calling the Mariner game Sunday night and posed an interesting question about Julio.
I thought it was really interesting the way Cleveland pitched Julio in the series. I mean, it was 71% fastball the first 3 games of the series. And coming out of the chute, throwing a guy that many fastballs, I think they see something based on what their pitchers have. And some of them are cutters, right? So it's not all 4-seam fastballs. But 71% in the fastball category is a lot.
And we haven't had a chance to look and see what that was, what the Yankees did. But, yeah, I mean, when you see it for 3 games and he didn't pitch, didn't hit all that well, you're like, all right, or 4 games rather, like, okay. Maybe it's a small thing. And then, 3 more games and Julio's still not really, figuring it out yet at the plate. And it's not just that the numbers haven't been good. He just hasn't looked that good, right? I mean, the at-bats just haven't looked all that good. So, yeah, maybe a little concern and hoping that he figures it out. And because being on the fastball should be the first thing that Julio can do. Like, that's just like where it all starts for him. So get back onto the fastball. We talked to Passan on Tuesday, and those slow starts, whether it's Julio or Cal or whomever, is there a connection between that and the play in the WBC?
I don't think there is a sample large enough, Brock, to draw a widespread conclusion. I just think that every player is going to react differently to it. And it's a fair question because – you see Kyle Raleigh with a 500 OPS. You see Josh Naylor hitless through 5 games. You see Julio with 1 hit. And on the other hand, Dom Canzone has looked really good out there, and Randy Arozarena has looked pretty good out there. So I just think it's an individual thing.
I think it is, too. I think it's hard to start to blame the WBC. But I thought Roland Smith's point that, look, Cal was behind with his pitcher, so then he needed to go focus on that rather than focusing on what was happening with his own swing. I think that's a fair question and a fair point.
Well, not just his own swing, both his own swing.
Absolutely.
That's one of the toughest things about him is he's got 2 swings to manage, which is probably why it may take him a little bit of time to get his swing where he wants it to be.
That's a good point, Lyle. And that's always going to be true for switch hitters. And it's a reason we talk about the switch hitting catcher and how hard it was, right, for him or for Wieters or not Wieters, Adley Rutschman. Excuse me. I wanted to call him Matt Wieters. Just a couple of Baltimore super prospect catchers, one who's worked out a little bit better than the other. But yeah, those Posada, Veritek, like all of those switch hitting catchers, if you can pull off all 3 of those things, you really become a bit of a unicorn. Robert Murray, fan-sided, parent friend of Lyle's, joined us on Wednesday to talk about the big Colt Emerson signing. I really liked him. I thought he was really good.
Yeah, they're going to continue to be patient with him. They really want to not rush him throughout the minors here. He is an incredibly talented young player who they want to be mindful of and bring him to the major leagues when he's ready. And this allows them to be patient with him because you're not going to have to worry about people worrying about like service time manipulation because we always hear about that being a thing when it comes to prospect call-ups. But I don't think it changes anything from the Mariners' perspective and also from his perspective. And then also, too, like one thing we've heard even Corbin Carroll say that when he ended up doing his deal, it gave him peace of mind where he could go out on the field and play free, where he didn't have to worry about like future earnings or whatever. And I think that's going to allow him to play free. I mean, it also might result in him buying a few more meals on the road for his minor league teammates, but still, like it's a good situation for him, and they can be very patient here.
I think that's all true. And one of the nice things about this deal is there really is now no rush. You're paying him the same amount either way. So there is no reason to bring him up or not bring him up. You just wait till he's ready. And if he hits, Lyle, I'm with you. I don't see any reason why he should be down there too long past Memorial Day. May feels about right. If Connor Griffin's coming up today. Now, Connor Griffin with the Pirates doesn't have the same kind of roster around him. He's like the only thing. I mean, there's Paul Skeens, a few other guys, but you bring up Connor Griffin because why not? But the pressure now on Connor Griffin when he gets called up, they're going to televise that game today when he gets called up after signing an $140 million contract. I said earlier, he's going to need to go 5 for 4 with 6 home runs just to live up to the hype. Maybe you can. I mean, Steven Strasburg did. You remember that first Steven Strasburg? Were you old enough to remember Steven Strasburg's first game?
13 punch outs.
Oh, my God. It was one of the coolest things I've ever watched. with all of the hype around him, to just show up and deliver like that in that game was so cool. He was unhittable. Absolutely nasty. Curious to see what happens with Connor Griffin. And the Mariners don't need to go down that road with Colt. They can just take their time, and when he's ready, bring him up, and I'm sure they will. Phillip Rivers, cool guess. Great idea by Brock to talk to some folks that have played against this Seahawks team, and apparently that's not easy to do.
Early in the week, you're worried about yourself and your own game plan, and then it's like, all right, man, I got where's this stinking nickel? I got to make sure I know where 3 is that's in the game like a linebacker all the time, and then here's Witherspoon that obviously is a heck of a blitzer as well and a great DB, and then this defensive front and how do we want to handle Leonard Williams, and what about Lawrence and Chenna and these guys rushing on the outside? So as you're going through the week, and really felt like the box was their strength, and you felt like 3 was kind of the star. I mean, he'd be the kind of the guy that I would star and say, look out, he'll wreck this game, and he can play. He's as fast as anybody on the field, but he's also as physical as any linebacker and any guy in the box. And obviously that linebacker core, I just thought as a whole, there with Ernest and Drake Thomas, and then you throw in, you consider, Evan Morey as a linebacker, even though I know he's a safety. So it was a safety nickel kind of body, but they were really solid.
Maybe quarterbacks don't think as much about defensive linemen, right? Because quarterbacks are looking farther down the field, and they really need their offensive line to deal with the defensive linemen. But hearing the way Rivers and the way Tom Brady talked about Nicky Manwari certainly is eye-opening for what it is that he can do to wreck the game. And we know that offensive coordinators are frustrated because they can play nickel and still stop the run. But hearing the way those guys recognize his contribution to this defense, yeah, it is. It definitely stands out. Last thing was Daniel Jeremiah. We were just discussing the same thing we talked about with Brady a few minutes ago. What should they do at 32?
How many picks do they have total?
4. This year? 4.
4.
Yeah.
They got 4. There's no way they're picking at 32.
But it's a bad draft.
I'm just telling you, they're not. They're not picking at 32. I'll be shocked.
Brady seemed to think the same thing. I don't know. I'm gonna keep sticking with what Brady told us about all of the picks.
It's not like passing. DJ's rarely argumentative.
That's true. So you think if he's being that sure of something, he
already
knows?
felt that way. I think they like volume. I understand that they haven't moved back in a while, but they've had volume.
True, and they've had higher picks than this. Yeah. You guys are probably right. They probably
did have
will.
that one year where they only had 3. That horrible draft with like Stone Forsythe and D. Eskridge
and the Trey Brown. Yeah, that was not a good draft. Hopefully this one will be better than that. But you didn't even have a first-round pick in that year's draft. D. Eskridge is like a mid-second rounder or something. Like, they didn't even have a first-round pick that year.
And who went like 2 picks later?
Was it the center?
It's Creed Humphrey.
Creed Humphrey, yeah. That was not right. That was not good. That was not their finest moment, that's for sure. I don't know. We'll see. You can't always find somebody to trade up with you. That's the other challenge there. And you remember the year, we talked about it yesterday, the Jordan Brooks year, where it seemed like they wanted to trade out, couldn't do it, and it felt anyway like they kind of rushed that pick because Brooks was never really the right fit here in Seattle. Anyway, that's for you in review. You can find all of our interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page. Go there to watch the show live or afterwards to see all of these great interviews. They're all there on the Seattle Sports YouTube page where you can subscribe. We'll be right back with everything you need to know. And then G. Scott on Brock and Salk.
4 Down Territory. Michael Bumpus answers the top 4 football questions of the day.
Who do you want to see week 1 for the Seahawks?
We think it's going to be the Bears,
Yes.
right? I want to see the Cowboys, though.
The Cowboys?
I want to see the Cowboys because I want all the hype and the smoke that comes with playing the Cowboys week 1. Coming into the season, everyone's going to be excited about the Cowboys.
Mm-hmm.
This offense is going to be great. Defensively, they've gotten better. I want all the hype and all the smoke.
Catch every 4 Down Territory on the Seattle Sports app.
Well, spring is all about getting ready for summer, isn't it? But do you have a room just sitting empty and you've dreamt of making it your own home gym? Hey, Brock Hewitt here, and working out in your own home, well, it is the best. We've been doing so for years. And you can allow Top Fitness to create your own home gym. Simply give them your room dimensions, and they'll do the rest. A complete fitness room design. It's no secret why everyone, from personal trainers to pro athletes, love Top Fitness. Top Fitness represents the very best brands in fitness, like Precor, Inspire Fitness, along with many others. They also have everything from flooring to weights that go in a home gym. And right now, get spring special financing with 0% interest for 12 months. Plus, mention me and receive an $150 credit towards any purchase over $1,000. Spring is here to get you in the best shape. So go get into Top Fitness with locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or simply visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
Visit America's Car Museum now, where history roars to life. If you loved Ford versus Ferrari, see Shelby Cobras and GT40s in the birth of the American supercar. Cruise-ins, drive-ins, race simulators, fun for all ages. Plan today at americascarmuseum.org.
Olympic Hot Tub's Sweet Spring Savings event is here. Now through April 14th, thanks to incredible factory discounts, you can save up to $16,500 on an amazing endless pool swim spa. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Deep to right field. Going. Goodbye, baseball.
At T-Mobile Park, you've always got the best seat in the house. But for a view that's a real home run, check out right field. Make that the dump yard. Sure, it's a great spot to see our fearless outfielders fly, dive, and slide.
Wow! Victor Robles makes the catch.
But you might get to flash some leather too, because the forecast in the dump yard always calls for rain. Raining big dumper home runs, that is.
Number 60, the magical tour of Cal Raleigh just continues.
Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
Mark your calendars, Mariners fans. This season is jam-packed with epic events. Be here for Ichiro Replica Statue Night, April 10th, presented by BDA. Humpy Shoulder Plush Night, April 11th, thanks to Microsoft. And Randy Johnson Number Retirement Night, May 2nd, presented by T-Mobile. Get your tickets at mariners.com.
Hi, Flo here from Progressive. You know, life changes quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, you mean like adding another vehicle?
Yes, that's something we can do.
Great, because I was thinking about getting a van so we could just keep the kids' softball stuff in the car.
Oh, we don't need to get into specifics. Just saying it's easy to change.
Oh, and Hannah wants to try the tuba.
Again, we don't need the specifics.
Last year, she wanted to be a tap dancer, but that only lasted 2 lessons.
Okay.
But she kept the shoes because they are adorable.
Well, just know that with Progressive, you can easily add another car to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
You could file your taxes on a basic free service, which is fine. But are you okay with fine? Because when it's your money on the line, do you really want to guess if you missed a credit or hope the math is right? Get the confidence of TurboTax for free right on the Intuit Credit Karma app. Free Fed and free state for simple 1040s only. Around 37% of filers qualify. See details at turbotax.com/free. No schedules except for EITC, CTC, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
Mariners and Angels in Anaheim tomorrow night. First pitch at 6:38, 5:30 pregame. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Gold demand is skyrocketing to record highs. As more Americans rush to preserve their savings, will there be enough gold? I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your 401k or IRA savings. Gold offers tangible security that can't be tracked, stolen, or inflated. That's why I strongly advocate for gold IRAs. To learn more, text the word SECURE to 989898 now. Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, and their thousands of great reviews prove I'm not alone. So don't wait another second. Protect your retirement savings today and see how easy it is to move your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals. Text SECURE to the number 989898 for your free gold IRA info kit. Again, secure to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Hasn't been the ideal start for the Mariners, just 3-4 in the homestand, but now they head off on the road to Anaheim and to Dallas. Brian Wu on the mound to get them started against Reed Detmers for the Angels tonight. Detmers is a lefty, so yeah, maybe another opportunity to see what this right-handed version of the lineup can do. John Morosi with Wyman and Bob yesterday, not too concerned.
The idea that we're here 7 games in and we're waiting for the big guys to get going, but the supporting cast is already there, that's a pretty good place to be for the Seattle Mariners. You know that Cal's going to hit. Julio's going to hit. He's a known slower starter. We realize that's part of his story. Naylor is going to snap out of this. So there's a lot to like with this lineup top to bottom. Donovan, I think the quality of the at-bat is exactly as advertised. He is an elite hitter, line drives everywhere, really thorough at-bats. He's a tough out. He sets a really good tone. The lineup is in, I would say, a better position than you might think with still having a losing record at this stage. They're one base hit away from winning that series against the Guardians.
I mean, all that is true. They're also one great Luis Castillo performance away from being swept by the Yankees, so it kind of does cut both ways. But I'm with him, and I think I keep beating that drum. The fact that the role players are doing what they're doing is great news because they're sort of the X factors that can take this season from good to great or even great to greater. Yeah, you just need the guys you're counting on to do what you know they're capable of doing. J.P. Crawford will be back tonight. Mariners opted to activate him yesterday from the IL. A little surprising given that he was only able to play one game on the rehab assignment. But, yeah, he says he's ready, so J.P. will be up. He's only had about 20 combined plate appearances, including spring training. 9 years, $140 million for Pirate shortstop Connor Griffin. He surpasses Colt Emerson just as he's being promoted to the big leagues. As I just said, his game will be televised on MLB Network tonight.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Seahawks, we're going to learn a lot about them this summer as they will be on Hard Knocks. John Schneider actually kind of into it sounds like.
We're going to work with the National Football League and the teams that have been through it before to help us just make it a positive for the organization and have it not be as much of a distraction. I talked to Ryan Pauls about it down there and a couple other people just about like what it looks like, and we'll have plenty of advice by the time we get there. But I think it's a great deal. You know, when the commissioner called me about it, you know, it made sense. I mean, you know, Sam Darnold, Spoon, Jack, we got some, you know, Leo, Mark, we got some cool characters on this team that are, you know, great stories.
I think all of that is true. It does kind of make me wonder, do you think they're more nervous about the distraction element or about giving away state secrets element?
Secrets.
I do too. I was surprised to hear him say the distraction thing, although it definitely makes sense. You put cameras around people all the time. I'm sure there's definitely a level of distraction that goes with it. But yeah, I like the marketing idea and the idea of trying to just let people out of Seattle understand some of the cool people that are here.
Yeah, I just always worried about telling our story, but I get it from a PR standpoint, marketing standpoint. You know, we're just very protective of like how we do things, what our culture looks like,
right?
And I guess we're going to make it as positive as we possibly can without sharing as much information as we possibly can.
Makes sense.
I guess they are in a unique position too, where I think a lot of coaches have even come out and said. Harbaugh came out and said that he's going to try to do a little of what McDonald's doing, which is funny because McDonald learned from him.
Yeah.
You're in a position where everyone's going to try to copycat you already. No one's really done it coming off of a Super Bowl.
No. I mean, it's always been bad teams. And so everyone's like, oh, all the teams that go on Hard Knocks end up being bad that year. Like, well, most of them were bad to begin with. This team is different because, yeah, it is a fascinating, and there's no control group. This is sort of the first opportunity to see what this looks like. Good talk with Daniel Jeremiah yesterday, and there is one home run fit. He said if you want to go edge at number 32, his name is R. Mason Thomas.
R. Mason Thomas is in the back end of my top 50. He's the absolute home run pick who would fit. To me, like he plays, he's got an extremely explosive get off. He plays with big energy. He's got active hands. You know, he's not the biggest guy in the world. He's 241 pounds, but I thought he played bigger than that, played violent. But there's a touch of tightness in there But to me, it's just the effort and the energy and the juice that he brings off the edge. He's the perfect, to me, on a great team. I saw it, on a team that obviously didn't end up being great, but the Chargers had Oweh, who went out and got $25 million as their third rusher. As the number 2 rusher on a team, he's good. He's a good player. Maybe you wanted a little more, but when he's your number 3 rusher and he's part of that rotation, you're keeping him fresh and he's just throwing fastballs the whole time. I'm an R. Mason Thomas fan.
Well, and that is kind of the role that would be left for somebody like that. We'll see if R. Mason Thomas ends up a fit here in Seattle.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
I'm sick of talking about this one, but yeah, the Kraken just looked terrible after they got up to a 2-0 lead yesterday. They say it's the worst lead in hockey, and they proved it because they just gave it all back and then some. They give up 6 goals in a row to lose to Utah. Look, the Mammoth are a good team, but laying over and dying with, at that point, 9 games left to play, not what anybody needed to see from the Kraken. So now it's 8 games left. They're 4 games back. There are 4 teams ahead of them. Going to be tough, but not impossible, but very, 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 very tough, and impossible if you play the way you did last night. That is everything you need to know. 15:15 every hour here in the Brock and Salk Show. I think that's the second goalie interference goal disallowed for Jacob Melanson. Very frustrating. He looked great. Great play last night. I'm so excited.
Salk's going to write a letter.
I might. Strongly worded, Maura. A very strongly worded letter. I said last night the league is cowardly. They're cowards. They're afraid of Melanson. They're all afraid of him. I don't blame them. G. Scott's in next. Be afraid yourself. It's Brock and Salk. Seattle Sports on 710, Seattle Sports app.
You can stream every pitch of every inning of every game all season long. Oh, and it's completely free.
It's a tremendous catch.
Only on the Seattle Sports app. That's right. The free Seattle Sports app puts every single Mariners game right in the palm of your hand.
On a platter, come and get it.
One app, every game. Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcast.
Holy smokes, what a play.
Pretty awesome, right? Just like the Mariners.
Highlights don't win games. The full box score does. I'm Brock Hewitt, and most business leaders aren't short on data. They're short on clarity. Numbers are scattered across ERP, CRMs, and spreadsheets, making decisions reactive instead of confident. And that's not how great businesses are built. Marquee IQ brings all your data together into one clear view, even if it lives in disconnected systems or offline, so you can see what's really happening and act faster. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to see what Marquee IQ can do.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Home is more than a place to live. It's where the best of life unfolds, where possibility sparks, where community grows, where lives take shape. At the Master Builders Association of King and Snohomish Counties, that belief drives the work our builders, remodelers, and tradespeople do every day. Because when we build more homes, we're building so much more than housing. We're making room for what matters most. Learn more at roomforwhatmatters.com.
Pros, just because something on the job runs out doesn't mean you have to. Order it on the Lowe's app. My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get free same-day delivery on eligible orders over $25. Get the fasteners, hardware, or tools you need to keep the job moving. Order by 2 p.m. and get eligible in-stock items delivered right to your job site by 8 p.m. Members get more at Lowe's. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Subject to availability, restrictions, and terms at lowes.com/shipping terms. Subject to change.
Smalls here. What if you could enjoy the flavor of a cocktail without the alcohol? Meet RK Zero Proof, a pioneer in the alcohol-free spirits category that delivers bold taste and a warming sensation, but with 0 alcohol, 0 sugar, 0 carbs, and 0 calories. So you can celebrate with friends, unwind after a long day, and wake up tomorrow feeling great. It's all the ritual of a drink without the regret. Discover RK at rkbeverages.com. That's ARKAY beverages.com. RK, the spirit without the alcohol.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Julio and Naylor on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, it must be Friday. It must be 8:30, and the people must be getting exactly what they want. Good morning, G.
Hey, good morning. I mean, every time I come in here, you act like, oh, well, it must be Friday. Come on. You know you love seeing me, bruh.
I do. Means my week's almost over. I see you, and I know that we are coming down the final stretch.
Yeah.
And that my week is nearly over. How are you?
I'm great. I'm fantastic. Let the people know I can't see any text messages because the computer don't work right here.
For the best.
But that's probably so. I'm doing great, man. As you know, in 8 days. In 8 days, it's your dog's birthday, man. Your dog turning 50.
50.
50.
How are you feeling about that?
I feel fantastic.
Yeah?
I've heard, like, seriously, probably this might be my most favorite birthday. I would say number one, even though I don't think it was for the positive, was probably my 21st birthday.
For most people.
Yeah,
for many people.
You're looking forward to it, but really, you're just like, man, you have so much that you don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that coming into this year, man, like this is the first time in my life where I actually feel like a grown-up.
This year is the first time?
Yeah, I actually feel like an adult.
You didn't feel like a grown-up at 40?
I just been playing too much.
Okay.
You know, like everything's a joke. But more importantly, I'm just more embracing my age. I think it's a beautiful thing for all, my brothers and sisters out there that's in their 50s, send me some advice and all that stuff.
Okay.
But more importantly, man, I'm just super excited about it.
Well, I'm excited for you.
Yeah.
50 years old. I mean, you're in a great place in your life.
Yes,
You got a
sir.
great show over on our sister station, 97.3 Cairo News Radio with Ursula. You got a great video podcast, The Reset, which you can find at the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Yep.
You get to come on here every single week on Friday. I mean, like, what could be better than that? You're married. Your kids are doing great.
Yep.
All of them are doing great.
Yeah.
Like, you're in a pretty great place.
Yeah. My daughter, there's this, my daughter just had this video that went viral because she does a legal shield.
Yeah.
And this guy gets pulled over. Legal shield is when you have an opportunity where you can just, like, if you get pulled over, you can just call your lawyer right there on the spot, right? So you call your lawyer, and your lawyer's right there, and then you're on FaceTime.
Wow.
And so the law enforcement comes over to the side of the car, and they're like, hey, is everything good? And who is that you're talking to? They're like, that's my lawyer.
Right.
And so my daughter is talking to them, and the cops are like, I didn't know that you can do this. It's just a thing. The thing's it's gone viral. 6 million views on that.
On your daughter?
On my daughter.
Wow.
So it's just kind of cool to see, like, different people comment, like,
Jeez.
yo, the lawyers are bad.
Man,
you know
the
what?
Scott family is just everywhere. Like, it just there. Your dad called it. He knew. Your dad knew. Right?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. You almost got me there, Mike.
All right.
You
Sorry.
almost got me.
How did I almost get you? You got a little tear in the eye over there?
You
Hold on.
almost
Look at
got
me.
me.
Let me give you the uplight so we can really see underneath that hat. See
You
what's going on
almost
with
got
those
me with that
eyeballs
one.
over there
That
as you're
surprised me.
nearly 50.
What we got?
Well, what do you think of Hard Knocks? That was kind of the under the radar but huge Seahawks news this week. What do you think of Hard Knocks coming to Seattle?
At first, I didn't like it.
Hold on. You didn't like it for the Seahawks or for you?
I didn't like it for the Seahawks.
Okay.
Right? And whenever I see and think about Hard Knocks, I used to always think, like, man, it's probably for a team that won't do well, right? That's
Which
just
it was.
Yeah.
I mean,
so-
like, you could opt out of it if you were doing well.
Right. And so the Seahawks have done a phenomenal job of, we good. You know what I mean? And I would say that years ago, so glad you did opt out. But I had a change of heart. And the reason I believe that I had a change of heart on this is because, you know what? I think the NFL, I think more importantly, the next generation and kids, and I'm not trying to brag, but they need to see what's happening here in Seattle with this team. They need to see, like, when I think about the cornerstone of these teams, the two guys that were drafted in 2023, Witherspoon and JSN, like those guys right there. Like, when's the last time you heard of anything, knock on wood, about those guys off the field? As a matter of fact, anybody on this team currently, when you don't hear any of that. So that's one.
None of them are going to rehab in Malibu.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'll get on him in a second on Puka, but this is a culture. How and what the philosophy behind Mike McDonald. Now, I don't think they're going to probably learn as much because I think he might hold a little bit under the vest. But there is something that is happening that with this team that the NFL in this country and people need to see. And I'm saying that thing wholeheartedly because I can't wait for them to see. Like, I tell you guys stories about JSN and what happens behind the scenes. I can't wait for Hard Knocks to literally show you JSN sometimes going on walking deals with coffee in his hand barefoot because his trainer wants him to be grounded in the morning times. I can't wait for you to see, like, what his preparation is, not just before practice, but what he does after practice. Like, there's some young kids, and maybe you're a parent or you have kids that are in sports. Like, sometimes after practice probably might not be the best time to go home and eat a bunch of donuts and cupcakes and all those things, right? Like, talking about the nutrition. Now, I know it sounds boring, but what does separate?
Do you think Hard Knocks going to focus on that stuff? Maybe they will. They usually do some of that stuff.
But here's the thing about Jackson. Jackson's a boring dude.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Well, so they may not focus on him.
Well, you have to. You have to. Now, I'll tell you who I want them to focus on.
Who do you want to learn more about?
Devin Witherspoon.
Because he's what?
Because he is so, like, the Tasmanian devil on the field, right? I know nothing about Spoon off the field. Well, I don't know anything that makes him tick. So I'm really curious about him.
We know how highly regarded he is by his coaching staff and how much his teammates seem to love and respect him and the energy that he's, they all say he brings. Yeah. So we have learned a little bit about him, but really more from the outside, secondhand, of what other people say about him. So I think we have a sense of who he is. But that's a good point. Like, I would like to know kind of what makes him tick. Who else is on your list?
I know he practices hard. Yeah. Right? Like he really practices hard. Let's see. I would like to see I want to see learn about Sam Darnold. And one of my little things that I've always kept, I've never even said this on the air. Was it San Francisco game last week 18, last game of the year, Seahawks down in San Fran, and I was at the team hotel. And I was sitting there with a few of the guys, and this was after all their meetings and stuff. And Sam Darnold they're playing chess. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like, I'm watching these dudes play chess. And it was at that moment, I was like, yo, this team is different. and by the way, I'm getting ready to turn 50. So maybe it's me that's different. Maybe times are different.
Maybe you're looking at different things.
But no. I just know what things and how things used to be.
A little more wild?
Yes. Yes. There's a reason why G. Scott has never wrote a book. You know what I mean? Like, I've never done that. But I want to just say, like, watching them dudes take turns playing chess, and I thought, and everybody has their thing, but when I saw that, I was like, yeah, they're going to win against the Niners down here on week 18. Now, I know, you say, oh, gee, what are you talking about? Everybody has their thing where they just see something and they're like, man, this team might be really different. Yeah. And same thing with Mike Macdonald. I think that even when he first came here as a coach, me personally, I'm speaking for myself, man, I don't know about this dude. Well, I'm judging him because maybe the charisma factor that we have been used to for so long, we didn't see that. We just see somebody that kind of just cross T's, dot I's, simple. I mean, let's be real. You hear Mike Macdonald on with Brock and Salk every time. You know, didn't y'all have a 17-second pause?
We did, yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Like, the dude's different.
They're gonna get to edit that stuff out, though. They don't have to wait 17 seconds on Hard Knocks. They can just edit that right out.
Why did y'all edit that out?
What do you mean?
Oh, it was live.
What do you mean? It was live. Plus, I don't know. I actually found it kind of entertaining and interesting to see how his brain functions. Learning about Mike will be great. Learning about Schneider will be, John is such an effervescent kind of personality.
Now that's you're getting ready to ask me who else? Mm-hmm. John Schneider. Like, what the heck is he putting? What's his recipe? What's in the sauce right now?
I don't think you're going to find that out, do
no,
you?
No,
John's going to be... John is... One of John's great strengths is not giving away anything he doesn't want to.
Yeah.
Right? It's sort of covering up what he doesn't want to give you with a lot of fun and exuberance and words, but which I think he learned from Pete.
Right.
But not actually telling you anything he doesn't want to tell you.
You know what John Schneider reminds me of? John Schneider is the homeboy that's at the party, right? On a Friday night. And then on Saturday morning, when everybody's waking up, John Schneider's like, yep, you were doing this, and you were doing that, and you were doing this. Like, funny. John Schneider pays attention to
I thought you were going to say the next morning he's at work. Like, he's at the party on Friday night, but he's also at work at 7 a.m. on Saturday morning.
Yes.
He wakes up ready to go. Doesn't matter.
Same thing. Because he's so detail-oriented. Right. And speaking of detail, like, look at the guys he's drafting. I mean, this dude is hitting home runs.
Well, and I want to see some of those. Like, I think A.J. Barner should be pretty interesting, and he seems like kind of a wild personality. We saw some of that.
A.J. Barner's going to be an actor when he's done playing.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some of that at the parade.
Yep.
Leonard Williams and the spearfishing and like sort of his unique and very. I mean, he seems like a super smart guy. I love talking to him. He's been one of my favorite interviews. I'd like to learn a little bit more about what's going on behind the scenes in Leonard Murphy's world. How many kids does DeMarcus Lawrence have? There's no way we're not going to see that whole thing. Like, what does he have? 6 kids? Something like that.
Oh, does he?
Oh, yeah.
Again,
he's like super dad.
DeMarcus Lawrence is one that I don't know.
Right.
I would love.
I think it's 6, right? Morris, 6 kids? Morris doing something.
Yeah, I looked it up. His wife was pregnant with their 6th right before the Super Bowl.
It's a lot of kids.
Yeah, I would.
That's a lot of kids. Yeah. I want to see a little bit of Leonard Williams and his father-in-law, Ronnie Lott. Like, I want to see some of that action.
Now,
there's some cool stuff.
I got to tell you. Now, here's the one that I think is going to be really entertaining.
Okay.
Ernest Jones IV, baby.
Yeah, that's a good one. Sneaky, interesting dude.
Oh, he's bruh. Ernest, remember years ago, I told you guys, and I told you the story about every time just the way that Dwayne Brown back in the day would walk into the room, and he'd walk into the room with some of the alphas that we know of today, and those same alphas that we talk about with big personalities, when Dwayne Brown walked in the room, them same alphas would be like, "Oh, what's up, man?" You know, it was a little quiet. I'm not saying Ernest Jones IV is that way, but when Ernest Jones walks around and he has, when he says something, oh yeah, folks listening. Oh, you listening to Ernest Jones?
So, since you are still in contact with so many of the LOB era guys,
sure.
2 questions. One, what's their reaction to the Seahawks doing Hard Knocks? Are they jealous that they never got to do it? Are they happy that they never got to do it? Have you heard anything from them about it?
Yes. And like I said, I don't speak for all of them.
No, I know that,
right?
but just I was curious if you'd heard any reaction.
Good for them currently that they're doing that, and it was good also for them not doing it.
None of them would. Who do you think that Hard Knocks would have focused on if they had been here in 2014?
They would have focused on Russell.
That would have gone well. Everyone else would have really liked that.
Well, I mean, it's TV, so you can edit.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you can really edit. So I think it was a great job of not being on Hard Knocks, but I think this is like, I think the NFL, I think everyone, I think especially whenever I think about these things, I just think sometimes about, remember years ago when Charles Barkley was at 25, 30 years ago when he's like, I'm not a role model, those types of things. But the truth is these athletes really are role models, right? Like, you got to think there's a Rams fan right now that was a big Puka Nacua fan. Like, and by the way, Puka Nacua is a great football player. But what has happened to Puka, by the way, what happened to Puka didn't just happen overnight. What happened to Puka happened, it took time to happen. It took a whole lot of look the other way for this to happen. It took a whole lot of, whether it's personnel, I'm not saying who, but because he was good at football, right? That's like the whole talent tolerance level. You know that deal. If your talent's high, tolerance high. Your talent's low, tolerance is low. So because his talent was high, the tolerance was high as well, and that high tolerance did nothing good for Puka. Right. Puka has been in this situation for longer than just December, and unfortunately, it has all come to pass.
Did you pay Puka that kind of money?
The Rams aren't paying Puka. I've been saying this to you guys, to everyone, for the last 2-3 months. Puka has. Wait a minute. We're talking about the stuff that Puka has been caught doing.
Right.
We're not talking about the stuff that hasn't been put out there.
But that the Rams know about.
But the Rams do know about it. Like Puka has done some dumb stuff.
We were saying earlier, he is, if you had to compare him to any player in NFL history, the obvious comp right now would be Antonio Brown because of the incredible talent, but also some of the off-field messiness. You make a pretty strong case that pre-getting paid, before getting paid, Puka's messier than Antonio Brown.
Yes. Antonio Brown was not bad before he got paid.
At least that we knew about.
At least that we knew about.
And then they paid him, and it went very strongly off the rails. And by the way, Antonio Brown in probably worse than Puka.
Now I'll tell you guys something. And
I don't know, man. The NFL never learns its lessons. The Rams will pay him.
I should not probably test. By the way, another thing about getting 50. I realize that you are more apt to do and put out some conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
So I used to make fun of my uncle, my father's brother.
Sure.
Because he's got a lot of them, but I'm noticing myself. But let me just say this. I find it interesting that I, myself, have heard things about Puka that did not come to the media in the past. And then all of a sudden, timing is boom, boom, boom. We find out everything, a lot of these things about Puka when it's time to get paid.
Weird.
The timing on that is very suspicious. Someone said to me the other day,
that's a good point.
They said to me as far as with Puka, man, well, what about the people around him? Like, what about his support system? And I'm going to tell you guys something. That's all a myth. And what I mean by that is the myth is all of these guys, these young athletes that have money, they have status, they have fame, they have it all, they call the shots.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody that's around, the agent gets paid by the athlete. The publicist gets paid by the athlete. Yeah. The financial advisor gets paid by the athlete. Oh, you all ready for this? Oh, but what about the parents? Sometimes the parents get paid by the athlete. So who calls the shots is the athlete. Now, sometimes some of these athletes will have a coach, right? Like the linebackers, they had Ken Norton. KJ, Bobby, they had Ken Norton. Sometimes the best thing that an athlete can do is to have someone in their life that is not getting paid, that is literally not getting a paycheck. And from them.
Who can hold them accountable.
And just so we're clear, if you're a parent right now, and let's say you have a son or a daughter, if and when that moment comes, when son and daughter is paying you, the parent, guess who the parent is now?
Where can I sign up for that, though? I'd be totally fine with that.
Would you?
To have my kids pay me? Instead of all the money that I'm outlaying right now for them?
Okay. Let's just say that's true. Would you still work, though?
No.
You would say, okay, what? No.
I'll be done tomorrow.
No, this is a
Gee,
great conversation.
How do I retire?
This
Let's
is a great
go.
conversation.
I'm done.
Are you being serious?
Mostly.
Seriously. And by the way, text in. I'm curious.
I wouldn't actually want my kids to pay
If your child made enough money for you to stop working, would you stop working and accept that payment? Here's why I'm going to tell you why I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it because of what I have seen over the last 23 years.
It breaks the kid. It ends up being unfair to the kid. And it probably breaks some of the, as you said, support staff that they need.
It breaks a respect level.
Yeah, I think that's right. No, I agree with you. I was just sort of having some fun. I agree with you.
Call me.
Some other texts that did come in, G, since you can't see them. Earl and Michael Bennett were the two people that everybody would have really wanted to see on Hard Knocks.
I'm going to tell you.
Earl on Hard Knocks would have been awesome. wearing his crown and cape. I mean, like, come on. You don't think that, like, following Earl around at home would have been hilarious?
Earl Thomas is the most.
With Nina?
Is the most different. I'm going to say it that way. I'm going to say the most different. I have never. Now, I know they're all individuals, and there's never been an Earl Thomas with the Seahawks ever.
No.
I mean, the dude used to pull up. So check this out. So he first bought his Rolls Royce, right? And Earl used to come in there, and he drive the Rolls Royce. And he'd get out of the Rolls Royce, and he'd be wearing his Jordan fit because he was with Jordan Brand back there, and all of the Jordan stuff. And he would literally have and carry a briefcase, Mike. He carried a briefcase. And so then guys start saying, come on, man, you Rolls Royce, nobody drives a Rolls Royce. You're supposed to have a driver. Now, all of a sudden,
oh, jeez.
Yes.
Earl got a driver?
Yes. Earl got a driver and a security. And so sometimes I be out there watching the cars, right? So Earl would pull up in the back seat. Driver would pull into his parking spot, and then he'd get out of the car, and then he had the umbrella up. Let's say it was raining or something like that, and he'd have the umbrella so Earl can walk up under the umbrella, walk him up to the door, and then he goes back to the Rolls Royce, and then later on in the day, he'll come back up and pick Earl up in the Rolls Royce. Just so we're clear, in all the years,
you never seen that?
I've never seen a player with a driver.
Hey, since you mentioned Jordan Brand, we just have a couple more minutes.
Yeah.
Have you followed any of what's going on with Nike?
Yeah,
Nike's like falling apart,
and they should be.
They are falling apart. Their stock was downgraded yesterday by Goldman Sachs, J.P. Morgan, Bank of America. Net income is down. I'm just reading here from Akash Gupta. Gupta, excuse me. Nike wiped out $200 billion plus in market cap since 21.
You want to know why?
Yeah. What is your theory? I was reading Darren Rovell's thoughts on it. What are yours?
Same as Darren Rovell.
Okay.
You literally.
So his three were focusing on retro. Mm-hmm. That's an aging demo. Mm-hmm. That today's kids doesn't get excited about the swoosh. Instead, they want GOAT or the drip shop. Mm-hmm. Which I do. Lyle, do we like the drip shop? Is that what kids want? The drip shop?
I don't even know if I've
heard of the drip shot. All right. So you're even too old for this. And then completely abandoning storytelling. You think all three are reasons why Nike's not where they should be?
Darren Ravel. But let me tell you the number one reason why Nike is not where they are. During the pandemic and during that time and coming out of the pandemic, all of a sudden the shoe market, to get a pair of shoes come out, you can't get this shoes. Oh, you got to get it retail. But if usually it was sold out, you couldn't get it retail. So now you're buying it right aftermarket, and so you paying a regular pair of shoes for $350. Meanwhile, this is what happened. The youngsters were like, you know what? Forget that. These Asics look good. These New Balance look good.
Right.
And New Balance and Asics was like, hey,
we do? I don't think anyone was ever more surprised than New Balance. And they're like, wait, we look good? Okay.
My dad were alive today. He'd be like, I told you.
My dad's still wearing his New Balance. He doesn't think they're cool, but he's wearing them.
I told you about the New Balance, champ. So that's what happened. And what happened is Nike, the young generations basically said, we good.
Yeah, we're not paying that.
We're not paying that. So the only people buying Nike is me.
Right.
Old folks.
Yeah.
Old folks are the only one. The young folks don't care about the swoosh.
Crazy.
Well,
and then I this is a minor part of it, but this just makes me annoyed. Like, they still don't have a signature Caitlin Clark shoe out.
That's crazy.
How's that even possible?
Crazy.
Like, Caitlin Clark's big moment was 2 years ago, and they still don't have a Caitlin Clark shoe?
Can I just say this?
That's embarrassing.
That's one last thing. Michael Jordan retired years ago, and you guys keep coming out with shoes that are remakes. And so we, Gen X and baby boomers, like, oh my goodness, I remember having this shoe. And the Lyles of the world are like,
Michael,
I don't get. I mean, it's not disrespect to Michael Jordan, but the Lyles of the world are like, why are you guys paying that much money for that shoe?
All right, buddy, we gotta go.
Out.
Yeah, well, that's it. That's all the time we got. That was fun though today. It was a little more serious than some other days, but I enjoyed it.
You almost got me with my dad.
I did. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. You gonna cry at that 50th birthday party? You are.
Yeah.
You're crying now just thinking about it. Yeah, you big softy.
It's going to be hard to get through that speech.
I love it. G, you're the best. Thank you. Go follow G, The Reset on our YouTube page, or G and Ursula, of course, on 97.3 Cairo News Radio. That's coming up in a moment. I'll be right back with another friend, Stacy Rost, before we turn it over to you guys at 9:30. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
4 down territory. Michael Bumpus answers the top 4 football questions of the day.
Who do you want to see week 1 for the Seahawks?
We think it's going to be the Bears,
Yes.
right? I want to see the Cowboys, though.
The Cowboys?
I want to see the Cowboys because I want all the hype and the smoke that comes with playing the Cowboys week 1. You know, coming into the season, everyone's going to be excited about the Cowboys. This offense is going to be great. Defensively, they've gotten better. I want all the hype and all the smoke.
Catch every 4 down territory on the Seattle Sports app.
There's nothing better than having a big fish on your line. Make this the year you take that unforgettable fishing trip to Queen Charlotte Lodge. Time is running out for summer bookings. Experience a luxury resort and amazing fishing with your buddies, family, father, or son. King salmon runs, halibut, and lingcod are always plentiful. Book your stay at fishqcl.com and use code ESPN. Experience fishing first class. Experience fishqcl.com.
Visit America's Car Museum now, where history roars to life. If you loved Ford versus Ferrari, see Shelby Cobras and GT40s in the birth of the American supercar. Cruise-ins, drive-ins, race simulators, fun for all ages. Plan today at americascarmuseum.org.
Make this spring even sweeter with healthy saltwater soaks in a hot spring spa. During Olympic Sweet Spring Savings Event, save up to $3,000 on the hot tub of your dreams. Ends April 14th. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Dave Wyman here to talk about a revolutionary treatment for prostate cancer. It's Swedish, called CyberKnife. And who better to explain it than Dr. Meyer? He's part of the most experienced prostate cancer treatment team in the Northwest, specializing in Swedish CyberKnife. Dr. Meyer, what can you tell us about a prostate cancer diagnosis?
Well, being diagnosed with prostate cancer is life-changing, but realize that there are a lot of excellent treatment options.
What makes CyberKnife so effective?
Well, the CyberKnife targets radiation precisely precisely on the prostate cancer and spares the surrounding vital organs. Swedish CyberKnife patients report a better quality of life and fewer side effects during and after treatment compared to other options. Also, the treatment is completed in just 5 short sessions.
Accurate, precise, and with proven results. Learn more about CyberKnife for prostate cancer at swedish.org/CyberKnife prostate or give them a call, 206-320-7187. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
Get me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hand.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now, here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Stacy Rost is here. Stacy, we heard that people are making fun of Lukey.
Okay.
What's with the name change here?
No one's making fun of Lukey.
It
Lukey's
sounds like
an
Bump
angel.
is.
Lukey is the most beautiful dog I've ever seen in my life. He's my dog. He's a 3.5-year-old greyhound from Australia, so he's well-traveled, international accent, etc. His name is Lukey. He came with that name. It was his racing name. He's a former athlete, as am I. And Bump has taken to calling him Dookie, which he said on air, and I was like, dumb. And then I kept it moving. And now texters will text in.
Oh, that's wrong.
Lukey's name, everyone calls Lukey Dookie, which is not nice. And I'm just waiting for the day when someone drives by
in Green Lake and just rolls down the window. Dookie!
Hey, yo, Duke!
Yeah, exactly. Someone texts him, Big Duke.
Yeah. Wasn't that the guy from the Was Up commercials? I think one of the guys they're talking to. It was Dookie. Is that what it came from?
I don't know where
Hey,
it
yo,
came
Duke!
from.
Yeah.
It's just he started doing it and I ignored it, and now everyone calls Lukey Dookie. I posted
really
an adorable photo of him. He's an
Sad.
innocent baby.
Yes.
And they
It's not
said
right.
it. Yeah. it's
Was
not
he
right.
wearing his some clothing in the picture at least?
No,
He
it
was
was
not
just
all
of his face.
dressed?
But I saw Justin. I passed by a bar and Justin was in it.
No.
I was walking Lukey.
You don't say.
Yeah. And Lukey was wearing a hoodie. So
Okay.
so Justin is eyewitness to some of his
Good.
fashion.
Nice. We've been talking a lot of Seahawks today, so I thought maybe I'd jump over to Mariners.
Okay.
Where are you? I was said at 7 o'clock, so 2 hours ago now. I told Maura we were going to do the impossible.
Yeah.
That it can't be done in sports radio.
Okay.
But we were going to play the both things can be true at the same time game.
No, that's
where-
not allowed.
I know. It's really hard to do.
That's
It's really
flag on the
hard to kind of find that subtle in between. And yet, yeah, they're going to be fine, I think, because, I'm
Right.
not going to panic over a week of mediocre baseball where your 3 stars didn't hit. But I think there's some fair conversations to be had about some of the question marks, or what did the guy call them? Lookouts that the Mariners have after the first week.
Yes. And the reason I think both things are true is some of those swings just look awful. Swing decisions, the swing itself. So, if it was something where, when, someone's having good ABs or he's just getting unlucky, great defensive plays, and you're like, he'll figure it out, right? And then there's kind of where Cal is right now, or Naylor, Julio, right? That's what we're talking about. Where you look at Cal and you're like, okay, I know he's a great player. He's an amazing catcher. I think he will be just fine. And every baseball expert I talk to says the same, because I like to check in because they know way more than me. But he doesn't look fine. And so that doesn't sit right with you. It's not like he's out there looking great, having some 9-pitch
Right. No, they
at-bat
haven't
where it's
looked good.
You know what I mean?
But they've got a
just foul.
decades-long track record,
Totally.
depending, that you're just like, well, all right.
So I think that's why we all feel of two minds, is that you know a lot about baseball. You know that it's very, very early, and simultaneously you know what good ABs look like, and they don't look like good ABs.
For me, it's more like, because I think that stuff will get figured out. Julio will have good ABs again, and
Yeah.
so will Cal, and so will Naylor, because that's their track record. But if Julio wants to have an MVP season, that can't start in July.
No.
That's actually got to start in April.
I was going to ask how soon it has to start, because I think it could start, if he has a great May. Not a lot of guys have a fantastic April. Who's cooking in April right now? Cole Young? Is Cole Young going to be MVP?
Luke Raley, my guy.
Luke Raley?
Luke is cooking.
Luke, Dom Canzone.
Yeah.
My Italian brother from another mother.
Well, yeah, obviously, with the Mariners right now, the guys that are cooking are more of the role player types.
Sure.
But if Julio wants to have this season we keep talking about that's out there, and he's 26, this is the right age for it.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to start. It doesn't have to start today.
Yeah.
But it can't start July 4th. It's got to get going a little earlier this year.
Totally agree. Absolutely agree. I think that I don't know that the 7th game of the season is where it needs to get going. Although I'm curious what you think. Even though I have bought into the theory that the WBC is at play for a lot of guys here, and because of that, it's not just a bad series against great Yankees pitching. It'll probably take 2-3 weeks
I'm
to
not
shake
that
out.
into that,
You're
that
not?
theory. No, I am with
Why?
Cal and not really anybody else. I don't think that I don't buy the whole WBC
I do find
thing
it
that much.
easiest to believe with Cal, in part because he's also splitting those reps with Will Smith.
Well, and then he also needed to. I thought Ryan Rowland-Smith made a good point here last night on MLB Network, just saying, look, Cal had to go, and Shannon had said a lot of the same stuff. Cal has to go deal with the pitchers. He was late. He was behind. He had to go deal with all the pitching prep. And so maybe his swing isn't where he wants it to be right now. Here's a little of Ryan Rowland-Smith.
Well, one last thing, too, on Cal. I know getting back from the World Baseball Classic, he made it a point to make sure he got to all these pitchers. We talked about this last year with the MVP race. Wanted to make sure he was behind the dish, doing all the extra things, trying to play a little bit of catch-up. So I think he's a little bit off time right now, a little bit behind, that's for sure.
And then he's got 2 swings that he's got to figure out. So with Cal, I buy it.
Why don't you buy it with Naylor?
Well, because why isn't Dominic Canzone struggling?
But John Morosi said it's kind of an individual thing.
I mean, I guess I'm more on the passing train on this one, which is okay, well, what? We just don't have any evidence to show. There's no sample size evidence to show who's doing what.
I will say
it could be a problem, but I don't know. I don't buy it
My
necessarily.
slight theory with Naylor, doesn't it feel like his appearances have been really quick? Like he's jumping on pretty early pitches, so it's like you can't quite tell what the issue is because he's had a couple
His timing might just be off a little bit. And, if we're sitting here saying that it's a matter of at-bats, well, then what in the world is J.P. Crawford doing heading back out there today when he's had all of 20 plate appearances the entire spring? So I don't know. I just think it's some bad luck, honestly, like that it's all happening at once.
Sure.
Not that those guys are having bad luck, but there's a little bad luck that their bad moments are happening right now. If it were me and I had to point to something, I would point more to the expectations and the weight of them than I would to the WBC. Because that was a conversation all offseason, especially through spring training. Like, how you deal with the weight of expectations? Well, the 3 guys, and I think you could even throw Logan in there and say the 4 guys that have struggled the most are the 4 guys of whom the most is expected.
Don't you just eventually have to adapt to that?
You do, but maybe not in week 1, right? There may be some time.
You got 26 more weeks to go.
Now, all that being said, I mean, what Brendan Donovan has done in the first week is so encouraging. I mean, talk about something to be excited about.
Oh, I meant to ask you, is there any reason to think that a series in Anaheim might bring some encouraging signs?
I hope so. I mean, they've had the weird struggles with the Angels. Even last year when the Mariners were really good, they struggled with the Angels for whatever reason.
It's like John Fisher's Rams.
But like,
or Jeff Fisher.
Jeff Fisher, yeah. But sure. I mean, like, don't you think? I don't know if it's going to be today. You got another left-handed pitcher on the mound. The Mariners do have some struggles against lefties. But, like, at some point, Ref Snyder's going to go out there and hit because that's what he's always done. At some point, Robles again. Like, you start getting that side of your lineup going. I'm not that concerned today. I'm really not. But I do think there are some legitimate things to watch out for.
When does your Julio MVP tracker start? Like if he does nothing much at all in April, but then takes off in May.
I think like around May 15th.
Okay.
Middle of May, I'm going to be like, hey, Julio, if you want to win an MVP, you got to do it now.
Okay, so you can't start in June. You absolutely.
Yeah. Now, that doesn't mean you can't have a good year
Yeah.
and have a typical Julio year, which is 5 or 6 wins and super impressive. But if he wants to be like MVP, like, you look at those numbers that Aaron Judge put up last year, you can't start that in June and July.
Yes.
If you want to mess with the Aaron, like Cal hit 60 home runs, didn't win an MVP. So if you want to win an MVP, think about what you have to do. You got to hit over 300. You got to hit at least 40 home runs and steal 40 bags.
Oh.
He has 0 home runs and zero bags.
1,000%. I will make the argument because I keep hearing, like, what's a catcher got to do to win it? It's never going to happen. It's the same conversation we have about running backs, right? When winning MVPs, it's like, well, you're not going to get it with 2,000 yards, then what are you going to do? I also think that if Cal did that in a season when Aaron Judge just didn't exist or wasn't healthy, he wins MVP.
He would have, but Aaron Judge does exist, and he still exists, and he still plays in that joke of a right field porch
I'm saying
in Yankee
Cal's
Stadium.
exact season in 2014
probably wins it, but not last year. Not with that guy floating around. Although before that, it was Mike Judge Mike Trout, Aaron Judge, Mike Trout. Before that, it was Mike Trout, and there was Cabrera. Like there's always been somebody out there who was likely to win that thing.
So you're not nervous at all about anything so far?
No, I am nervous about some things. I think they're all things to watch for.
What are you most nervous about?
The weight of expectations. I am a little nervous about that. I'm a little nervous about the bullpen. In fact, I'm a lot bit nervous about the depth of the bullpen. These were things I was nervous about heading into the season, and I think they've shown up to start the year. Those things make me a little nervous. A little nervous about Brendan Donovan's defense in the infield at third base. Like, there's some things, but I'm not like, that doesn't equate to like, oh my gosh, this thing's coming off the rails. It's just like, hey, there were some question marks. Right now, there's still question marks, and let's see how they develop here over the next week or two.
You know who's not nervous?
Who?
Lukey. He doesn't know baseball
I don't
exists.
blame him. A lot of people saying that it's now Duke Rayleigh as well, that it's not even
my
Luke
God,
Rayleigh.
stop. His name's Lukey. He has a name. It's
just
literally
not
on his
fair.
little birth certificate.
Hey, I would tell people to listen to the Bump and Stacy show starting at 10 o'clock, but I've seen the ratings, and I know you guys already are, so I don't even need to tell you.
That's nice.
Everyone in Seattle is now listening to Bump and Stacy.
Except for my mom.
Except for Stacy's
Except for my
mom,
mom.
who's got it going on. I can't avoid it. All right.
That's okay.
Bye, Stacy. Thank you. Their show starts at 10, but you guys already know that. I'll be right back with everything you need to know, and then your phone calls. It's Brock and Salk. Seattle Sports on 710seattlesports.com.
You can stream every pitch of every inning of every game all season long. Oh, and it's completely free.
It's a tremendous catch.
Only on the Seattle Sports app. That's right. The free Seattle Sports app puts every single Mariners game right in the palm of your hand.
On a platter, come and get it.
One app, every game. Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcasts.
Holy smokes, what a play!
Pretty awesome, right? Just like the Mariners.
We know finding a company to trust with your home is a big decision, and one we look forward to earning with incredible service, top quality products, and lifetime warranties. Adrian here, owner of Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Our windows are feature-rich with our sound package that reduces noise by 50%, clean glass technology, and added protection with our exclusive First Guard 3-layer security glass. Learn more about all of these features at lakewashingtonwindows.com. Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
This baseball season, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have you covered with every play. With their lineup of Tundras, Tacomas, and the all-electric BZ lineup. Versatile, powerful, and innovative. All built to elevate your drive. Take a test drive at either location and head home or to the ballpark in that Toyota the same day. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. Visit Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien. By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in Seattle without using your own money? You'll learn to flip houses and secure rental properties in your spare time to get on track towards real wealth building. We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in Seattle for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text INVEST to 64,000. Seattle is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop next week right here in Seattle and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text INVEST to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text INVEST to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text INVEST to 64,000.
Hey, Mike Salk here for my friends at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. And yes, Mother's Day is coming up, of course, just over a month away. Why not spend it at Snoqualmie? You could win one of 100 designer handbags filled up with prizes. You can do that Saturday, May 9th or Sunday, May 10th. Don't forget, book a stay at the new hotel. It is beautiful. And the mom in your life is going to love it. Head to snocasino.com for more. It is Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Listen, every day across Washington, kids stay after school giving their all for sports and activities, many on empty stomachs. That's a problem. Food insecurity in our state is at crisis levels, and it's hurting learning and performance. Safeway and Champions of Change Foundation are stepping up with Nourishing Champions, providing grants to schools for after-school meal programs. Schools don't wait. Applications close April 8th. That's April 8th. Go to championsofchangefoundation.org and click Nourishing Champions.
This April, the Pacific Northwest is all elite. Experience the action and excitement of All Elite Wrestling live on Wednesday, April 15th. 2 huge shows, one incredible night. AEW presents Dynamite and Collision. As the dust settles after AEW Dynasty, the best wrestlers on the planet return to Everett for the first time in almost 2 years. AEW Dynamite and Collision live from Angel of the Winds Arena, Wednesday, April 15th. Tickets on sale now starting at just $20 at AEWTIX.com.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Julio and Naylor on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
It's tax time, y'all. If you want to file free, this next one's for you.
Now taxes is so free. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple form 1040 returns only. How this is taxes.
Love that jam. Up next, commercial.
Intuit TurboTax Free Edition. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Meet the company electrifying the marine industry. ARC, a fully electric boat that feels like a luxury EV. Significantly less maintenance and service, ARC is built to be as easy to operate as it is to maintain. Featuring heated seats and seat backs, a large display, easy handling, and impressive kick. You have to see it and experience ARC for yourself. Book a demo. They'll pick you up on Lake Washington, Lake Union, or Lake Sammamish if you can't come to them in Kirkland. Go to arcboats.com/demo. ARC. You have to see it to believe it.
The Mariners are celebrating 50 seasons with legendary events all year. On April 10th, Ichiro gets his statue outside T-Mobile Park, and the first 40,000 fans take home a replica, thanks to BDA, with 20 signed by Ichiro himself. On May 2nd, it's Randy Johnson's number retirement ceremony, presented by T-Mobile. And on August 8th, the top 50 greatest Mariners players are unveiled on 50 Seasons Celebration Night, presented by Daktronics. See the full schedule and get your tickets at mariners.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
I'm not surprised that we get all the nice texts about how great Stacy is. Of course she's great. And I'm sorry, I shouldn't have made a Stacy's mom joke, but there's just no way to avoid it in that spot. Mariners heading out on the road for the first time. Lyle, how have the Anaheim Angels looked so far this year?
How do the Angels look? I mean, the Angels.
I know. I was setting you up for that one. They're not very good, but you'd really like to go in there and take care of some business and maybe get right. The person I would love to see come up with 3 hits tonight is Rob Refsnyder. Facing a lefty and Reed Detmers, I would like to see Rob Refsnyder go out and kind of do his thing, because the last thing you want is for this to turn into a Donovan Solano, AJ Pollock situation. He is an older player. He's not as old as certainly Solano was by the time he got here, but brought in for some of the same purpose, to hit right-handed pitching. Or left-handed pitching, rather. That's what he does, and he hasn't done it yet. So once he does, I think this lineup looks a little bit better against lefties. He's a player that I would really like to see break out. Obviously, we're concerned about Cal and Julio and Naylor and what those guys do this weekend, but just a little extra watch there on Rob Refsnyder, somebody that could be a bit of a difference maker for them from the right side, or the right side of the plate against left-handed hitting, or pitching rather. God, I'm a mess. Let me turn it over to somebody else. Let's let somebody else talk. How about Cal Raleigh, who was asked about Emerson Hancock, who's going to pitch tomorrow. How good has his sweeper been?
Give him credit for, going a whole offseason, committing to what he was trying to do. Kind of saw him evolving a little bit last year in that role in the bullpen, and he was trying new stuff out. I know he had some ups and downs, and he's trying to figure out what's his thing in this game, and it's hard when you're at that point. And by no means is he a finished product, but he came out and trusted his work in the offseason and spring training, had a good spring, and came out here the other day and really trusted what he was doing, and just took some reps and took some confidence, and he like I said, it's one outing. It was a good outing, but I like where his head's at and where his stuff's at. It's been really good so far.
All right, so we get Hancock tomorrow, Castillo on Sunday. J.P. Crawford back with the big club. He was activated yesterday from IL. They send Ryan Bliss back to Tacoma to make room. I am a little curious there, too. I mean, he's barely hit at all. I mean, he's only had 20 plate appearances total this spring, including his rehab. So, yeah, it would be nice to see maybe just him get into a groove sooner rather than later, which is going to be challenging, I would think, for JP.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
We will learn a lot about the Seahawks this summer. Remember, they will be on Hard Knocks for the first time. G. Scott's excited about it, and I think for many of the same reasons I am. Just as a fan, it'll be great to see them, but I think he's right. There is an element of showing the rest of the world some of the really cool stuff that they're doing here and some of the interesting personalities and really great players that are on this Super Bowl winning team that the rest of the league and the rest of the country, I think, is still sleeping on, and I think John would like to be able to show that off.
We're going to work with the National Football League and the teams that have been through it before to help us just make it a positive for the organization and have it not be as much of a distraction. I talked to Ryan Poles about it down there and a couple other people just about like what it looks like, and we'll have plenty of advice by the time we get there. But I think it's a great deal. When the commissioner called me about it, it made sense. I mean, Sam Darnold, Spoon, and Jack. We got some, Leo, Mark. We got some cool characters on this team that are, great stories.
They do, and not just great stories, but interesting and good people. So yeah, looking forward to seeing them improve their Q rating. In the meantime, John, of course, concerned with the draft. He's picking at number 32. So remember, they get all these top 30 visits where they can bring people in, but then you sometimes have to play games like, oh, don't let them know we're too interested because then somebody else will know we're interested. He says when you pick at 32, you don't have to worry about that.
Well, the cool thing about picking 32 means you won the world championship. Yeah. The coolest thing about it is that you don't really, it's like, all right, whatever. Like, we kind of have a group of guys. It's like, all right, well, those huge question guys, like, they're not going to really make it to us anyway. Guys like Murph were like, we literally thought he was like a top 10 pick at least. And so that was more about just, why bring him in? We knew exactly what he was. We still have a couple guys that are on schedule to come in that, are, whether we trade back or move around or heck, we'll trade up.
Yeah, so those are all options, of course. Maybe they will trade up. Doesn't seem likely, but Brock has certainly thrown that out as a strategy. If they were to do it, it would, the idea was that maybe you trade up for someone like Jeremiah Love. Daniel Jeremiah, I think still probably on the more traditional path, which would be going after a edge player, somebody who could come off the edge. We know that Mike McDonald likes the word rugged, so who are the most rugged edge rushers?
Yeah, the most rugged edge fit, I would give you two guys, and I'm looking at 64 for that spot there. I would say Derek Moore from Michigan and Gabe Akis from Illinois. And Gabe Akis probably the most, if you're just going purely rugged, I would probably list him just above Derek Moore. But they're my 11th and 12th guys. They're both just outside my top 50. I think pick 64 is kind of the range for those guys.
That would be nice, an opportunity to bring in someone to replace Boye Mafe. And remember, you've got kind of long-term needs at that position as well.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
The Kraken. Oh, man, frustrating game last night that I really did, set up time to watch. Cecily and I were home alone because Avery's in Spokane for a big volleyball tournament. Pacific Northwest qualifying or something. So we were home and kind of got back just after the game started. They were already up 1-0 and then got up 2-0. We're like, okay, worst lead in hockey, but hopefully oh my gosh, they got destroyed. They gave up 6 straight goals. So frustrating. End up getting their doors blown off in what was pretty close to a must-win game. They are now 4 points back, but with just 8 games to play, and they would need to pass 4 teams to get into the playoffs. That is a tall task. All right, that is everything you need to know. 15:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Let me open up the phone lines right now. 866-979-3776 is how we end our weeks generally here on this show. We open up the phone lines for whatever you guys want to talk about. There are plenty of things out there. Your thoughts on Hard Knocks and the Seahawks, the draft coming up here in a few weeks, Daniel Jeremiah's thoughts on them trading back versus trading up, Jeremiah Love trading up for this big guard. Do you like the idea of a pass rusher on the edge? Do you want to see them take a running back? Do you want to see a corner? Where do you want the Seahawks to go in the draft, and how do you feel about kind of their offseason as of today? Again, 866-979-3776. I would imagine most of our calls today are going to be Mariners conversation, and for good reason. What do you make of their start? They're 3-4 and heading out on the road. Are you concerned? If you are concerned, is there one thing you're concerned about? If you're confident, why are you confident still, despite a not even a bad start, just 3-4? It's not like they were awful, but they didn't look great against the Yankees in sort of 3 games in a row where they really didn't hit. So, okay, how are you feeling about the Mariners today versus how you felt about them just over a week ago? Again, 866-979-3776. And if you do want to just call in and lament and complain about what's happened with the Kraken since the Olympic break, I'm here for you, man, because I'm right there with you. So again, 866-979-3776. I was kind of worried we may not get phone calls today. I don't know, just sort of one of those gut feelings, maybe there's nobody out there kind of wants to jump in. But I would hope after kind of a Mariners 3-4 start where you could look at things in a bunch of different ways, I would hope there's some opinions out there. So one more time, 866-979-3776. We'll take your calls next on Brock and Salk.
4 down territory. Michael Bumpus answers the top 4 football questions of the day.
Who do you want to see week 1 for the Seahawks?
We think it's going to be the Bears,
Yes.
right? I want to see the Cowboys, though.
The Cowboys?
I want to see the Cowboys because I want all the hype and the smoke that comes with playing the Cowboys week 1. You know, coming into the season, everyone's going to be excited about the Cowboys.
Mm-hmm.
This offense is going to be great. Defensively, they've gotten better. I want all the hype and all the smoke.
Catch every 4 down territory on the Seattle Sports app.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
This baseball season, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have you covered with every play. With their lineup of Tundras, Tacomas, and the all-electric BZ lineup. Versatile, powerful, and innovative. All built to elevate your drive. Take a test drive at either location and head home or to the ballpark in that Toyota the same day. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. Visit Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman speaking to those who have recently been diagnosed with prostate cancer. It's important to know you have several options for treatment. I'm here with Dr. Meyer, medical director of the Swedish Radiosurgery Center, to talk about one of the best and technologically advanced treatment options, CyberKnife. Dr. Meyer, why is CyberKnife one of the best procedures to treat prostate cancer?
Well, treatment for prostate cancer can affect men's quality of life. It can affect their romantic life. It can affect their urine and bowel function. And the CyberKnife does the best job of preserving that function while having excellent cancer control rates.
What do your patients think of the CyberKnife treatment experience?
Well, at the Swedish CyberKnife, our patients are really satisfied with the experience. They report very few side effects, and we are seeing excellent cancer control 10 years later.
To learn more about CyberKnife for prostate cancer, go to swedish.org/CyberKnifeProstate or call 206-320-7187. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
We know finding a company to trust with your home is a big decision, and one we look forward to earning with incredible service, top quality products, and lifetime warranties. Adrian here, owner of Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Our windows are feature-rich with our sound package that reduces noise by 50%, clean glass technology, and added protection with our exclusive First Guard 3-layer security glass. Learn more about all of these features at lakewashingtonwindows.com. Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
Mariners and Angels in Anaheim tonight. First pitch at 6:38, 5:30 pregame. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
They say teachers don't impact for a year, but for a lifetime. Hi, this is Rick Riz. Join WSECU, your local credit union, as we celebrate those who give so much with the Teacher of the Week program. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. Each week throughout the season, we'll honor one teacher with a $500 grant, courtesy of WSECU. Teachers are the real MVPs. Find out more and nominate a teacher at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Progressive knows it ain't easy navigating the open plains of home insurance, but there is one man who can help tame that wild herd of options. The Home Quote Explorer.
Note, Progressive's Home Quote Explorer is not a real person, but an online tool that lets you compare home insurance.
He's the type of fella who helps you decide on the right insurance, even if it ain't with him.
Again, not a person, just an online tool that helps you find great home coverage.
A real pioneer.
Okay, fine. Just do the thing. Yeah! Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Yeah, play that fella Cootie. Let's go. It's going to be a nice weekend. Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports here on 710 with your phone calls. And I was wrong. The people are out there, which is great. Full phone lines. So if you're trying to get through, keep trying after somebody drops off. We will take a new caller here. We only have 6 lines available, so that's how this thing goes. Let me jump right to them. Anything that's on your mind. 866-979-3776. We'll start in Idaho. Why wouldn't we? With Bryson. Good morning, Bryson. What's up? What's on your mind?
Hey, how's it going? I'm not concerned with the Mariners too much. It's early, but just kind of on my watch is Randy Arosarena's attitude a little bit. They had that ball drop in between them out there in no man's land. And then the next day, Rivas kind of called him off. And
I saw that.
He looked a little irritated with him, and you could see Rivas say, "Oh, you got it." And it just kind of, I don't know. There's just a feeling like he just doesn't feel right now.
I think you're very astute. I noticed both of those same things, Bryson. I watched both of those things and thought, that's a little weird. Now he's hitting, so if he's truly off, it's not affecting his bat, which is great news because obviously that's what you're paying him to do is hit more than field. We know there's going to be some, Randy questions in the outfield, but I did notice both of those things. He was obviously late in getting to that fly ball that he really should have been his, not the shortstop's. And then the one that Rivas caught probably also should have been his. And I was watching going, why isn't he calling Rivas off? It's his ball. What is he doing?
Almost identical.
Yeah. I mean, the difference being that it was a much easier play for Rivas the second time. But on both plays, I am with you. It is a little weird. I don't know what to make of it. I mean, I think you're right to put it on your watch list. Thanks for the call, and that'll open up a line. I think I'm with you that it's something to watch. I don't want to take 2 plays like that and turn it into something that may not be there. But I think it's a fair question. Of course it is. Yeah, those plays both stood out in my mind also. I am right there with you. Notice both of them. 100%. All right, 866-979-3776. Zach is in Tacoma. Good morning, Zach.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking the call. I am not panicked, but I am a little worried that I'm a sucker for what is just another prototypical Mariners start. I sort of feel like that I might be getting duped and that this is going to be one of those situations where I'm in an abusive relationship and I'm about to let my partner back in. Like I have been steeped in this Mariners
without making the
pain for
abusive
decades.
relationship comp, let me ask you a question. Let's jump into this a little bit, okay? Let me psychologize here for a moment. What would make you think you're being duped? What does that mean? Like, why would you be duped by this team? And like, you have the same access to all the numbers and everything else. Like, why would you feel like you're getting duped?
First of all, this is a completely emotional response. This isn't based in statistics or anything else.
Okay, got it.
Secondly, I have been steeped in this sort of Mariners doom for decades. And last year gave just a little taste of something that might hint at the fact that we should all be hopeful. We should have expectations. All the personalities on the station have talked about this, which I agree with to a point. But here we are, 3-4, which has been, 5 years in a row or something like that. I forget the statistics. But this just feels like, dang, man, we want to start hot. We want to feel good. We want to carry this through the season. I'm hopeful that April turns around.
Yeah. Well, I like the way you phrased it, Zach.
Right now,
I like the way you phrased it, that you were worried that that you were falling for another Mariners slow start as opposed to another horrible Mariners season, because I don't think there's any evidence that, with this group, with the roster they've built, look, anything can happen. It's baseball. I mean, guys get hurt. Guys don't live up to their numbers. Like, weird stuff happens in this game. But there's no evidence right now that this Mariner team isn't going to be good. But there is certainly a question mark about their start. Absolutely. That has been a regular problem. I hate having these conversations year after year, and I think you're absolutely right to say, hey, we weren't supposed to have that conversation this year. This lineup is so strong and complete and top to bottom, and the pitching stuff. Like, there's so many reasons why we shouldn't have to have the, oh my God, when is it too late, too early? When is it not too early to worry argument? I don't want to have that debate this year. I hate this. I hate this conversation. I hate that we have to have it every year. You would think we'd learn from it eventually. We don't. But I still hate that we have to have it, and I was really looking forward to not having that conversation this season. So I'm with you on that. 866-979-3776. Let's go to the other side of the coin, go to my home. Kevin is in Green Lake. What's up, Kevin?
Morning, gentlemen. Hello, everybody. I was just calling to tone in on the atmospheric pressure with the Seattle fan. We are so emotional. We love our teams. It's been a week of baseball, friends. Let's pump the brakes and let the guys settle in. There were some distractions with the WBC across the board from many of our players. They played on lots of teams. So that shows that right there, we got talent. It's been a long time coming. I've been a Mariners fan since I knew the sky was blue. So I feel what everyone's talking about, wanting to start hot.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not our identity as this team. They're very calculated. They're measured. They're grounded. They enjoy a bucket of, bubble gum on the head when they deserve it. And we're going to get those moments. I was fortunate enough to go to the opener and to the Yankees loss, Game 2. And credit to the Yankees pitching staff. Those guys are studs. The M's are the only team that has beaten the Yankees this season, so there's a ray of sunshine. And I think we're going to play a little mirror of ourselves when we go down and see Texas and we see the Angels. I think the warmer weather might do the guys good.
Well, I certainly hope you're right about that. I think that's a great optimistic view, and let's go. I hope that's exactly what happens when they get down to some warmer weather. I hope they're not mirror images, though. I think the Mariners are better than either of those two teams on paper. I don't necessarily see them as mirror images. I think the Mariners should be much better than both Anaheim and Texas. 866-979-3776. Justin wants to talk some Seahawks in Tacoma. Hi, Justin. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. I want to talk about trading up in the draft for Jeremiah Love, and the more I thought about it, the more I would do it. You would be drafting undoubtedly the number one running back in the draft class, and with our current running back situation, we don't know when Charbonnet will be back. And in my opinion, it would be a huge question mark going into the season with what we have with Alani, McIntosh, and Wilson as our lead backs.
Mm-hmm.
And Jeremiah Love's only 20 years old, runs a 4.36. He would be the number one back going into the season. And I think with him and Charbonnet, when Charbonnet comes back, they'd be a heck of a duo.
So you're willing to give up the number one pick from the next year?
For Jeremiah Love, absolutely.
Oh, no, man, that one makes me nervous. I don't like giving up next year's number one.
And I just think with Mike McDonald, I just think he would just do really well with what draft picks we have. And would you want Jeremiah Love running behind our offensive line with what we have? And I just think...
you know what? No. Yes, of course I would want that, but Justin, I'm just going to say no. At the end of the day, I just couldn't do that for a running back. I'm sorry, man.
The Rams have traded first-round picks like almost every year, and they're fine.
I know. I'm not doing it for a running back. That's a different
Fair.
strategy. Like, that's the Rams strategy. Okay. That's not the Seahawks have built this thing through a lot of
I'm just
really
saying
good
about your
first-round
nervousness
picks.
to give up a first rounder, that it's not the end all be.
I didn't like the times when the Seahawks don't have first-round picks. I like having first-round picks. In fact, I like having multiple first-round picks. My goal every year is I want the Seahawks to trade their second-round pick for next year's first. I love having 2 first-round picks. I think the world is your oyster when you've got a pair of first-round picks. It just gives you so many
the early
opportunities.
ones like they did with Devin Witherspoon and Byron Murphy.
That was
and
great.
Jackson Smith. When you have the 32s and the 28s.
But when they had 5 and 20, like that was amazing. Okay, hopefully you're not going to get 5 again. But if you have 16 and 20 or 16 and 30 because you've made a trade, like I love that. I really, and for a running back, I'm sorry, like you guys are just barely keeping me around here on paying all this money for the wide receivers. I'm just barely able to handle that. Now you want me to go trade up for a running back? And you're going to pay Witherspoon, which again, I understand and I like, but my gosh, how many resources can you take and put away from the line of scrimmage?
I agree with you that it would be a weird move after not wanting to spend money on Walker to then make that kind of investment.
I can't do it. I'm sorry. I can't do it. 866-979-3776. Let me try Smitty in Wenatchee. What's going on, Smitty?
Not much. What's going on?
What's up?
Okay, a couple things. Definitely not panicking because it's very early, so that's kind of silly. But Rev Snyder, definitely want him to succeed, but I wish that they would quit putting him at the top.
Mm-hmm.
And the only reason is because when a righty comes in, they pull him. So then your lineup turns over, and then you're relying on your bench guys to set the table for the guys who are supposed to hit, who will eventually hit.
I think there is
cool.
something to that. I think you make a pretty decent point there. I also wish they wouldn't pull him so early. Rev Snyder's perfectly capable of hitting against one righty in order to make the life harder on your opposing manager later in the game. Lyle and I were talking about this the other day. You don't need to, he gets 2 at-bats against the lefty, fine. You don't need to pinch hit for him the first time a righty comes in. Like, he can hit again. He's not incapable against righties in, the 5th or 6th inning. Like, I don't know. That has surprised me a little bit.
Yeah, and you don't need to hide Donovan down in the 6th hole because he can also hit lefties. So just leave him up there because that guy hits, and it seems like the majority of the relievers coming in are going to be righties anyway, so you're going to have your guy at the top who hits.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure I'm as with you on the Donovan thing. The numbers kind of show he doesn't really hit lefties. In fact, I'm actually pretty happy on that one. Dan sometimes makes me a little crazy with not respecting the righty-lefty platoon enough. We saw it last year where he was trying to play Luke Raley and Canzone, and I don't really want to see those guys face lefties. I know you have to do it with Donovan, but I don't want to see more of it. I'm okay with him kind of dropping him down in those spots. But look, I mean, these are good conversations to have. The bigger one for me is about when you pinch hit, not so much what spot they're in the order. I'd like to see, and Lyle, you made a really good case about this the other day. Some of the benefits you get from waiting to pinch hit for, in this case, Rev Snyder.
Yeah, because let's use the Astros, for example, because that's a team that has a very, very good left-handed reliever when healthy in Josh Hader, where if you know you're going to see a dominant lefty later in the game, isn't that part of why Rev Snyder's in the lineup to begin with? So if you need him for a crucial at bat in the 9th, I would take your chances in the 5th or 6th against one righty reliever, especially if there's nobody on base. Maybe if it's a pivot point in the game and there's guys on 2nd and 3rd with 2 outs and it's a 1-run game and you really want to try to capitalize right then, maybe. But if there's nobody on base, leave him in.
Yeah.
Because then in the 9th, either you're going to get the matchup you want with Rev Snyder against a lefty, or you would force the opposing team to go to a righty, and then you could pull Rev Snyder late.
I think that's very well said, 100%. And again, it works better with Rev Snyder against a righty than some of your lefties against a lefty, right? For whatever reason, I still don't know why that is, that lefties struggle more against lefties than righties do against righties, but it's just the way it is. And I would feel a whole lot better giving Rob Refsnyder one at bat against a righty in order to put the pressure on the opposing team later in the game and get a better matchup that you want, so that you didn't end up with that Ryan Bliss at bat in the 9th inning a couple weeks ago. That was not what you wanted. 866-979-3776. Let me go to Brian in Maple Valley. Hi, Brian.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I'm going to take you up on the offer on the Kraken, and I'm going to tap into your expertise because I haven't followed hockey long enough. And what happened? What happened? I mean, I was hoping for the trifecta, Super Bowl, Stanley Cup, World Series, but I think Stanley Cup is off the table at this point.
It's probably not going to happen. I don't even think the playoffs are going to happen, unfortunately.
No, I don't either. But just I don't.
Well, let me ask you, Brian. I'll turn it back on you, Brian. I'll turn it back on you. Okay. You said you're new to the sport, and that's okay. What do you think happened?
The only thing I can sense is some of that connect. It's like the fluidness. It's just the I don't know, just the fluidness of the team. It's just like the connections weren't there, whether it's getting out, transitioning out of the neutral zone, which I've kind of picked up on, or just no rhythm and just no rhythm offensively or defensively.
Well, first of all, good for you, right? If you're new to the game and you're talking about what they look like through the neutral zone, I'm in. Good on you, Brian. You're learning. You are on this thing. I love it.
I'm trying.
Well, it's what I always say. Listen to the play-by-play and color commentators. Old Chuck's one of the best in the business. Forsland's one of the best in the business. You really can learn a lot about a game that way. I think you are right. I do think they don't have enough speed. They don't have enough of that connective tissue that Brock likes to talk about. They just don't have enough talent. Like I think Lambert did a pretty decent job of getting this team to play over their skis. But there's only so much talent on the team. Now, there is got to be a question, though, because we heard from Forsland of, hey, they've got some guys at the top who needed to show up down the stretch. Did they do it? Why does this team have a tendency to kind of fade the way it has? I don't know. I don't think it's the leadership necessarily, and I am a big Jordan Eberle fan, but I would like to know what it is that kind of causes some of these problems because they are real. They're definitely real. 866-979-3776. Do have one line open. Let me go to Josh in University Place, center of it all. What's up, Josh? Josh, going once, going twice. Hello, Josh. Did I hit the wrong button? Oh, there we go. Josh, good morning.
Hey, what's up, Salt?
Sorry about that. I hit the wrong button.
All good. I hate to kind of pile on the Mariners, but what disappointed me was a little bit of the sloppiness. Specifically, I watched the first inning of Game 2 against the Yankees, and I saw Naylor not lay out for a double down the line, and Robles kind of jogged to a ball that landed in fair territory. It looked like he thought it was going to go foul. And then Rivas lets the ball pop out of his glove. Like, if you're going to beat an ace like Fried, you'd like to have seen them be a little more on top of the details. And I think they kind of let Logan hang out to dry. We all said, Logan didn't have a great start. But I don't know. I saw a couple of those as makeable plays that just didn't happen.
Did you see it that way, Lyle?
I don't think so. It didn't seem like there was a lack of effort on my end. But that's just me.
Yeah, I don't know. I
don't know.
Go ahead, Josh.
Anyways, just the at-bat. It's hard to judge a hitter, I guess, by effort, but just Naylor not laying out just kind of bumped me out because it looked, that ball, I don't know, maybe if you guys didn't see it the same way, but it just looked like he could have.
I don't remember that one. I'm sorry. I had a clear memory of the two balls in short left field that the earlier caller mentioned. I'm sorry. I don't remember that one with Naylor, so I'd have to go back and watch it. I think I was actually listening to the game on the Victor Robles play you're talking about, and there did seem to be a little surprise that he wasn't able to get to where he needed to be. So I don't know that I can call out either of those two plays. I apologize. I think I may have missed both of those, but I don't know. I just watching what I've watched, I've not really seen a lack of effort. I do think that some of that, playing tight could be a part of it. I think there is a little bit of a question there. 866-979-3776. Let me try Dax, who's down in San Diego. Good morning, Dax.
Good morning, Salk. Nice to talk to you. So I'm calling to make a case for Jonah Coleman. I just haven't heard his name come up a lot, and he's, in John Shiner's words, in our backyard. Mm-hmm. Well, not mine, but yours. And I watched some of his tape, and he's got amazing, his arms look incredible. He seems to punch through. He didn't fumble at all last year. and they're saying he might be in the 30s. It seems like Jonah Coleman would be a great fit for Seattle as far as in the RB room.
Yeah.
What I can't get out of my head is that he attended that UFC fight with Jackson Smith-Njigba and Abe Lucas and a bunch of other guys were there. He was there too. Why would he be there if this team had a lot of interest in him?
Yeah, a couple things. One, I think he's going to be there at 32. I think he's going to be there at 64. I think he's going to be there at 96. And I think he's going to be there in the 120s. I mean, I think he is a day 3 pick, not a day 1 or even 2 pick. So that's my understanding. I'm not a draft expert, but from what Brock and others have said, I don't think he's a first, second, or third round pick. You're looking at 4th or 5th or even 6th for Jonah Coleman. Secondly, I just don't think he's a fit now for what they need. The one thing they've got is power. They've brought some power into their backfield. They're looking for explosiveness now, and I don't know that that's really Jonah Coleman's game. He's much more of a physical guy. And then as for why he'd be with those guys, maybe got to know them just here being in the Northwest together. I mean, they, as you just said, playing in the backyard of the Seahawks, maybe they just got to know each other and like each other. I don't think the players would even have that sort of information to be able to say, oh, we think he's going to be drafted here. I don't think they know who's going to be drafted here. All right, do we have time for one more? I think we got time for one more call. Let's see. All right, maybe 2. Aaron is in Vancouver. Usually we grab Aaron. Good morning, Aaron. What's up?
Good morning. Good morning. Hey, real quick, please tell G. Scott happy birthday from another 50-year-old, well, soon-to-be 50-year-old guy.
Okay.
Listen, the weight goes up, the ages go up, but the dumb mistakes you make in life, especially with your wife, they go down.
Yeah.
So please tell him that. Listen, I got to echo the I don't remember the guy's name, but the call about the Kraken. I got so excited watching the Olympics, watching with my son, got him into hockey as well. And just the dumb mistakes, speaking of dumb mistakes that they've been making.
Yeah.
I it was disappointing. I mean, he was talking about going to see them. He wanted to go see the Torrent. I have another question about them.
You better go quick because we're almost out of time here. So I'm with you on the Kraken. We've covered that. What's the Torrent question real quick?
Why are they so bad?
Because they're an expansion team. I mean, like, you know the answer to that question because they're an expansion team.
Well, I understand that.
Because the people they got are all players that other teams didn't protect. I mean, like, that's what happens with expansion teams in essentially all leagues ever other than one team in the history of expansion teams. All expansion teams struggle because they get cast-offs from other teams, players that they didn't want to keep. I think they'll be better next year, and they're going to end up, I think, with a top 3 pick, and there are 3 really good players who are all on the Olympic team ready to go. Mentioned them the other day, Layla Edwards and Caroline Harvey and Abby Murphy are going to be 1, 2, and 3 in some order, probably the opposite order of that, but all 3 of them are really, really good players and will help that team. So Hillary Knight comes back for a couple of years. Don't worry. Torrent can be okay. Eventually. Takes a while, man. Takes a while to be an expansion team. Look at the Kraken. That was fun. Look at the Mariners. They've been an expansion team for 50 years. They're just now getting there. They're going to get to the World Series this year. Takes a while, right? You guys ready for the weekend? Lyle, you ready for the weekend?
Yeah,
you don't
I
seem
think so.
You don't seem ready for the weekend. You seem like you want to work for another hour.
Okay, then maybe I'm not ready for the
Maybe
weekend.
you're not. Maura, I know you're ready. Maura's ready.
I'm just ready for a day of sleeping in.
Maura and I were just glaring at each other at 5 o'clock this morning like, ugh, why are we here? And then there was people giggling in the newsroom like, oh, my God, shut up out there. It's too early. Have a great weekend, everybody. Enjoy. Should be sunny and nice. Hopefully the Mariners enjoy some warm weather down in Anaheim when we come in Monday with Brock. Everything will be hunky-dory. Wouldn't that be great? Let's do it. We'll see you guys then. Until then, the hay is in the barn. See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
4 down territory. Michael Bumpus answers the top 4 football questions of the day.
Who do you want to see week 1 for the Seahawks?
We think it's going to be the Bears,
Yes.
right? I want to see the Cowboys, though.
The Cowboys?
I want to see the Cowboys because I want all the hype and the smoke that comes with playing the Cowboys week 1. You know, coming into the season, everyone's going to be excited about the Cowboys.
Mm-hmm.
This offense is going to be great. Defensively, they've gotten better. I want all the hype and all the smoke.
Catch every 4 down territory on the Seattle Sports app.
There's nothing better than having a big fish on your line. Make this the year you take that unforgettable fishing trip to Queen Charlotte Lodge. Time is running out for summer bookings. Experience a luxury resort and amazing fishing with your buddies, family, father, or son. King salmon runs, halibut, and lingcod are always plentiful. Book your stay at fishqcl.com and use code ESPN. Experience fishing first class. Experience fishqcl.com.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in Seattle without using your own money? You'll learn to flip houses and secure rental properties in your spare time to get on track towards real wealth building. We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in Seattle for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text INVEST to 64,000. Seattle is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop next week right here in Seattle and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text INVEST to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text INVEST to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text INVEST to 64,000.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Listen every morning to Brock and Salk for Need to Know, powered by Marquee Data. Marquee IQ brings all your data together into one clear view. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to learn more.
Listen, every day across Washington, kids stay after school giving their all for sports and activities, many on empty stomachs. That's a problem. Food insecurity in our state is at crisis levels, and it's hurting learning and performance. Safeway and Champions of Change Foundation are stepping up with Nourishing Champions, providing grants to schools for after-school meal programs. Schools don't wait. Applications close April 8th. That's April 8th. Go to championsofchangefoundation.org and click Nourishing Champions.
How does your roof look after this winter? Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Spring into action today. Save $3,000 on a new roof, siding, deck, or windows. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com.
Progressive's Home Quote Explorer helps you easily find and buy the right coverage for you. It's everything you've always wanted. Well, I mean, as far as a website that lets you shop, quote, and buy insurance in one place. But hey, maybe that is everything you've always wanted. Yeah, people have different types of dreams. And if all you've ever been searching for is a website that helps you choose home insurance rates and coverage, boy, do we have great news about Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Taxes was waiting on the refund you needed yesterday. All right, your car repair is going to run about $3,000. Ugh. Now Taxes is getting back on the road with TurboTax and Credit Karma, where you can get your refund up to 5 days faster and get personalized guidance to take every dollar further. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Deposit a federal refund into Credit Karma Money account and early submission of refund data by IRS required. Terms apply. Banking services provided by MVB Bank, Inc. Member FDIC. Credit Karma is not a bank.
Oil isn't the only resource hit hard by global events. American farmers are sounding the alarm by fertilizer prices at planting season. Will this disrupt our food supply? Raising prices? Cause shortages? I'm not waiting to find out, and neither should you. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com, get a 3-month emergency food supply. They'll include $200 worth of extra survival protein absolutely free. After serving more than 3 million American families since 2008, you can trust MyPatriotSupply.com. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com.
Here's a tale of Tina searching up and down for decent GLP-1s, but got spun around.
Till good RX wrote in, hey, we got something new. GLP-1 prescriptions, all FDA approved.
Brand name meds, no flags that are red.
Clear pricing from the start. None of those hidden fees in your cart.
Delivered to your door or pick up same day. Darn tootin'.
Save time and money on prescriptions.